Yes.
Madam Secretary, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman.
8 o'clock. And I'll let you do a roll call and we can proceed. Good to see you, Representative Angelos, Senator Driscoll, Senator Landon. I see you a lot these days.
Good morning, Suzanne Norton, Secretary to the State Building Commission. I think we've started roll call already with Senator Driscoll, Landon, Representative Angelos. I think I might see Representative Nicholas remotely.
Present.
Yep, thank you. Superintendent Degenfelder.
Present.
Treasurer Meyer. Auditor Racinas. Secretary Gray.
Here.
Chairman Gordon.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Good. Please proceed.
The next item on the agenda is review and approval of the meeting minutes for April 9th, May 1st, and June 17th.
Members of the commission, you've had a chance to look at the minutes or their corrections or additions. If there are none, I would entertain a motion to approve them.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman would move to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor, moved by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is approval of the agenda.
If there are any changes, I'd entertain them now, but if not, I would accept a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Been moved. Is there been seconded by the treasurer? Moved by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you. The next section of the meeting is commission action. Item number 2 is SBC rules, firearms in public buildings. At our last special meeting, we made a couple of changes to the proposed rules to become effective as emergency rules. Item 2 begins on page 15. Pages 25 and 34 show the modifications that we made to the proposed rules to become effective in the emergency rules. And it is that version of the rules that we are proposing be adopted today.
Mr. Treasurer.
I was looking on this stuff yesterday and I noticed a thing from Pennsylvania that they use a cable with a lock and it goes through the firing mechanisms or through the revolver, so it can't be closed. But we basically say that you have to have a biometric or a lock box. And so I'm just wondering if it's good for Pennsylvania, why isn't it good for us? Because that seems a lot cheaper to just have a cable with a lock on it than it would be to have a lock box. Is there a reason, or we have to just basically there's no wiggle room? The statute says a lock box.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I believe it may be in the statute. There is a copy of the law in front of you. I'm not positive that it captures that area.
Is there, I guess, anybody from law enforcement or anything? I guess if it's good for Pennsylvania law enforcement, I don't know why we can't go the least expensive route to secure the weapons. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
just a question for the treasurer. I understand what he's referring to, but the lockbox, isn't that more in the personnel rules portion, or which we would not be dealing with? So I'm saying the concern is valid, but I
So
don't.
it's not in these rules is what you're saying.
Correct,
It's
I
in the-
think,
in the
unless,
personnel
please, I'm happy to be corrected, but I think that is on more the HR side for employees, which again, valid concern, but not,
Yeah, and
before us.
that's correct. It was in the HR stuff when that I
yeah,
went through in that
yes.
firearm thing. Yeah.
yes, where this is just SBC rules.
And Director Bach is here.
Good morning, Chairman, SBC. My name is Patricia Bach. I am the A&I Director. Yes, I do believe it is, and I think the auditor is absolutely correct. It is in the HR policy, but it is also in the statute. So if that's something that can change, we would certainly be willing to change it. But since it's in the statute, and I'll double check that. If I'm wrong, I will come back. I wasn't prepared to talk about that, but I will come back and send you an email. But I believe it's in the statute, so that's how we phrased it.
Yeah, and I wasn't at any of the hearings of the legislators, so I don't know what they were trying to accomplish there, but I guess let them be aware of it, that it might be a lot cheaper way than buying, and those cables gotta be like, 20% the cost of a lockbox, so.
Right, and I believe when we were looking at how much they cost, because we were looking at that as well, I believe they were under $100,
Under $100.
which is still more expensive than a cable lock.
Right,
So if I have the opportunity, I will talk to them about that. I believe they mirrored it from another state. So I can double check that as well.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Treasurer, Madam Auditor, Director Bach.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, were there any comments on the emergency rules during that comment period?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent Degenfelder, we did hear from Mr. Constant Marker in our last meeting, and he followed up with a letter that is in your packet. He is here today, but he advised me that he feels fine with what we're doing, but he may also be, if you'd like him to come forward, he could elaborate further, but it's my understanding that he believes that the current version of the rules is appropriate.
Very good. Madam Director, I guess we'll sort of follow up on the confusion about the statutory and the rules. I thank Director Bach for approaching. Please, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, where is the letter, the latest letter?
It is inserted into your packet after page 36.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, so just to clarify where we're at in our action today. So as I understand it, we are simply modifying the original rules to reflect the changes that were made in the emergency rules. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Superintendent, yes, that is that. Correct.
Thank you.
Further comment? From any of our legislative friends? Senator Landon, Senator Driscoll, Representative Angelos, Representative Nicholas. All right,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I would move to approve the SBC rule revisions as were reflected in the emergency rule process.
Okay, Madam Superintendent, let me just ask if there's any public comment. Mr. Marker, if he wants to address. Okay, hearing none. Is there support for the superintendent's motion?
Second.
Been moved and seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple of minutes. I have an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to on 4-3, which I believe is page 35 in our packet, in Romanette I, after the second sentence, so after the sentence, these rules apply to public-owned buildings and public buildings that are held subject to lease to the extent that the lessor agrees to allow constitutional carry or permitted carry in that public building. I would like to add the following sentence. For each public building held subject to lease, the state shall endeavor to negotiate in all new leases or lease renewals the allowance of open and concealed carry, including constitutional carry, as otherwise allowed by law in public-owned buildings. That's the amendment. And the concept here is that we make clear in the rule that we're going to endeavor in these leases, because unfortunately in the statute, the leased areas were kind of carved out from protecting our Second Amendment rights, that we would endeavor in these lease renewals and also in leases to have that as part of the negotiation. And because I do think that is one area of loophole in the code as it reads right now. So trying to clear that up so that we can meet the spirit of the law and what it allows for in terms of protecting our Second Amendment rights. So that's the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, there's no support for your motion. You had another?
No, I think that was my amendment at this time.
All right. Thank you. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's no there's no prohibition, I'm assuming that for, you know, the state to, I guess, act in the manner that the secretary suggested. So I would think that would be something that we'd be doing anyway, but.
I think, Mr. Treasurer, that's probably an appropriate comment. I think Director Bach's here, and I think she would, yeah, do you want to speak to that, Director Bach? I know it's a little bit out of order, but just to clarify.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee. We intend when we renew the leases to have that discussion with each of our leaseholds. So that the spirit of that amendment will be essentially taken care of when we go through each lease. We did not want to go through it. We didn't have the staff to go through it prior to the amendments, but the amendments, we will have that discussion with them. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, just to respond to that, you know, the reason, Mr. Chairman, why you put that in there is because our times in public service, this is why we have a term limit statute for your office, are limited. And it's very important that we try to put these in there because we're not going to be here forever. So that's why you put that in there, even though the practice may be with your current director that it would be that way. So you have it moving forward beyond your time. So that's the distinction. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Auditor.
Chairman, along the same notes, I support the concept and I actually do support putting it in the rules. However, I think it's most appropriate in the leasing rules. Because I think as someone interested in leasing to the state, I think they need to know where we stand from the get-go. And if I'm considering leasing a building towards the state, I'm gonna go read the leasing rules, not the gun rules. So I agree with the concept, but I think we need to open up the leasing rules and put it in there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, then I'll bring a motion to request ANI and the State Building Commission to open up the leasing rules for the next meeting. So in
And-
accordance with
Mr.
Auditor,
Secretary, we can do that right after we've taken care of the matter
Okay.
that's before us. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a couple comments on this.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think this has been a long road. I think back to when I first entered the legislature in 2017 and we brought a bill to get this done and it was vetoed by the governor at the time. And then there was another iteration, I believe it was 21 that you vetoed. And it's been a long road and I'm glad this got done. That being said, I do have some concerns on some of the personnel actions that some of the things that are being asked of the agencies are inconsistent with the statute. I think it's a conversation I want to continue to have with the director and the governor's office. But I think that the law is very clear that we're protecting our Second Amendment rights. And I think we need to make sure that the procedures in the future outside of this rule, but the personnel procedures are consistent with the code, with the law. So I'm glad this got to the finish line, but it's just one other note want to make sure we talk about as we move forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Treasurer.
And on the personnel, just, I don't know if it's in order, but there's one thing that I think they had in there that we're supposed to endeavor to add, provide some kind of education. And I'm just wondering, you know, where your office is at as far as, you know, researching what we could do that would be like a heads-up display type training system. I think that would be the best way to actually get that training done in the shoot, don't shoot scenarios. So I don't know if that's something, if you don't have the budget for it, maybe we ought to see if the legislators can move forward in that regard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I have asked Director Bach to look at that. I've also mentioned the fact that I think it would be wise to put a budget item in for ammunition for employees to be able to go to the gun range and be able to shoot. Because I think it's important to be able to have that kind of experience.
Right.
We'll see how that goes, but please.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, I think that in our, and I apologize because I didn't expect to talk about personnel, but the rules that we have talk about training. We've talked extensively with the governor about training and how important it would be to have folks who are interested in carrying and want to get trained. So we have, I believe we've done a subject matter minute. We've got that ready for the employees to talk about training and have encouraged that. And the governor, as he said, we've talked about getting some budget money for training for ammunition. So we were doing everything we can to make sure they're trained.
I think, Mr. Chairman, beyond just regular safety training and handling training, actually have that shoot, don't shoot scenario. Because, I know our highway patrol, they get the bad guy 10 out of 10 times. And somebody that's just carrying a open carry or something like that, it's probably 2 out of 10, so just want to make sure that everybody can, have a gun but actually know how to use it.
Yeah, correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, good point. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bach, I assume after hearing the discussion around leasing rules that you all will look into that and possibly bring us something. I don't think we need a motion, but to bring us something for a future meeting.
We will, we have policy and I'll have to look, we have very broad rules for leasing, but we can look at that and bring it back to you on October 10th, I believe it is, that our next meeting is. So that you can take a look at it. We wouldn't have to have a motion on it if you didn't want to.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I have the auditor
Yeah.
first and then you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Director Bach, and you may not know this, I'm just curious what sort of the statewide uptake has been on carry so far?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, we don't really know. We don't ask. So we don't know. Nothing has really changed as far as, we've talked about it. Has anybody heard anything? Has there been any issues? And there have not been.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, so I'd ask the auditor, the superintendent, the director, how you envision this going, because I want to get this to the finish line. Auditor sounds like she's supportive. So how do you envision taking this from T to green? Because I don't want this just to be presented and we don't take action. I mean, this has taken us like 2 years we've been talking about these rules. So I think we need to get a plan on how we take this one sentence in leasing, how we can get it from T to green. So I guess I'll direct it to the auditor first and how we can get this to the finish line.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think I think you're right. It's one sentence. I think we look to the secretary, not you, the other secretary, to take a look at our leasing rules and find the best place to put it. And I don't think, and I think, I would say where we often get muddied in rules is when we try to make multiple changes to something, or while we're doing this, let's fix these other 3 things. And so maybe I would ask just, if the leasing rules need a larger cleanup, maybe we don't address that right now and just make that one proposed or get the rulemaking started in October. Hopefully we could activate that because it sounds pretty straightforward to me. And then that'd be squared away by the end of the year or so, I would think.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, to me, it's pretty dang simple. I think you bring the language in October, we vote on opening up the rules and we start the process.
Mr. Chairman, here's what I'm hearing. So I think that we'll have a draft in October. we can open it up, begin the process. It's a 60-day comment. And then after that, hopefully that'll be prepared for the first quarter meeting for adoption. After that public comment process, if the board deems that it meets the standards under the code after that public comment process. And then that'll set out the, I believe 90-day, 75 or 90-day period where it goes to your desk for approval. Hopefully we can get this done by April, I think is what we're looking at. But on this very long process, but what do you think? You think that's a plan of getting this done and
I
it
think
won't take
that,
2 years?
you know, Mr. Secretary, we did pass rules last January.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate the work that was done by this board without your help to be able to get that done. And I don't want to be responsive to that because you know how the process works. Madam Director, in the meantime, if you have renewals, you'll probably pursue an effort to see if they can take that on. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Chairman. The one thing I would suggest too, because they're A&I rules, I would have to look to see how we would how A&I would bring that to the SBC, but we can put it in our policy in the meantime so that our policy says that we will discuss this with the landlords. So we can put that one line in our policy. I know policy is not as official as rules. However, the policy will stand until the rule is in place. And so we could have it that way too, if that would help.
Okay. Well, Mr.
Thanks.
Chairman, I think that we've got a path. I think as long as we get moving in October, it can hit your desk by, I think, March or April. So, you know, and just to clarify, that wasn't an accurate comment. I was supportive of the rules, and actually it was you that vetoed the statute that would have gotten this done in 2023. So just want to clarify for the record. Thank you.
Do you have anything more to say on that topic?
No, just always try to correct the record and really appreciate.
And correct it by making it less accurate. So
No.
no, that's exactly what you do, Mr. Secretary. You take every opportunity at these meetings to try to put forward your opinion on how things go.
You did not veto the statute 2023?
I
That's your
did.
belief? Okay, you did veto. So
Yeah.
what was inaccurate in what I just said? I said
The-
you vetoed the statute in 2023. You just confirmed that that is accurate.
Mr. Secretary, I don't think we need to do this.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr.
But I
Chairman.
also don't think you need to take every opportunity to try to recount that history according to your timeline.
It's important to talk about.
It is important that you get that chance to do that.
It's important to talk about the actions of everybody.
Yeah.
It
Thank you.
is important.
Thank you.
We have to be accountable.
And we are,
We have to be accountable.
and we are.
Well, that part of that is talking about how this got to where we're at.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's
Mr.
why I was
Chairman,
Yeah,
sorry to beat the dead horse, but I guess, and Director Bach, you mentioned the A&I rules. I was envisioning putting this in the SBC leasing rules. I wouldn't think we would mess with, I mean, A&I should hear our message and of course is subject to, but I'm considering putting it into chapter 5 of the SBC rules where we talk about leases, you know, you are the leasing agent, competitive basis, blah, blah, blah. We will, so that feels maybe like more the appropriate where we have,
Yes.
okay,
And we
Madam
can do
Auditor, I
it,
think that's
Very well.
very helpful.
and we
Thank
could
you.
do it in both places too.
perfect.
Yep.
Good. Any further discussion on this topic? Now that we've got that out of the way, let's proceed.
Mr. Chairman, item 3, first page in there is a confidential handout that shows an accounting of the current SBC contingency balance. And also it reflects approved projects and land acquisitions and potential projects that result in the SBC contingency that's requested in item 4. There is also item 3B here listed in about the middle of that chart that we'll talk about in a few minutes.
I think it's
It's
a handout.
page 37, but 2 pages before your tab is a graph insert. Like right after tab 3. You don't have it?
Uh,
My page 37 has 2025 House Enrolled Act 24, so I'm on the computer screen, so it must be a different
Like
page
there's a
format.
page, yeah, the cover always throws it off digitally. The cover page throws it off digitally.
So move to the next page, perhaps.
So if you look at a page number at the bottom right of the screen of the
Right,
page.
I'm just looking at the page on 30, I'm like 37 out of 171. That's what's showing up on the computer screen, so I'm trying to figure out what the correct page is on this one. I don't know.
That doesn't have it in there.
Oh. Not on the computer yet. Okay,
It would be in the one.
Page, huh?
okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Suzanne.
SBC contingency. So SBC contingency, we are looking fine. The working balance right now is 2.9 million. The SBC contingency is for expedient development of building projects through level 1 and 2. Property acquisition, emergency repairs to state facility, SBC approved facility repairs, renovations, or upgrades. And the recommended minimum balance is $7.8 million with 7.4 available for acquisitions. Page 38. After that one is a graph reflecting the SBC flex appropriation, which is holding pretty closely for quite a while, just under 12 million.
Are there questions? Representative Nicholas, do you have that material as well?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, if you could just talk a little bit about the backfill request. Is that part of your budget request? That obviously doesn't come through Capcom. Can you just walk through where that will be?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, it is in item 4 that we'll talk about in a bit.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I will try to make that a little more efficient next time.
Excuse me?
I will try to make the materials a little bit easier to follow next time.
Page 45.
Next, right after tab 3B is an action item for the Wyoming Military Department, Camp Guernsey 2018 Camp Guernsey Training Site Command. I would invite representatives from the military department to join us for testimony. I believe we have General Porter, Officer Lindmeyer, and others here.
Good morning. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for being here. General, great to see you, and please pass our condolences to now retired Doug Shope. So
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you, committee. Good to be here this morning.
Mr. Chairman, Lieutenant Colonel Lindmeyer, I'm the Deputy Construction Facility Management Officer. I am pleased also to have and introduce today the incoming Construction Facility Management Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Kingman. We are here today to talk about a request which is in there for $570,000, which we are asking in design funds. A little bit of background and context into the significance and why we're after this. At the federal level, the legislature recently has opened up earmarks, and the ramification and consequence of that, along with other priorities at the federal level, is that normal processes for things like getting military construction through have been rapidly narrowed. We have far less funding in FY25 than we had in any prior year, and 26 is projected to be worse. However, with every catastrophe comes an opportunity. And in that, our congressional delegations at the national level are capitalizing on congressionally directed spending, which has become the new way to really get military construction in any efficient and quick manner. So the way to win at that race right now is to show that at the state level, you're investing some interest in the project, and we do that through design. This project specifically is a training site, command, readiness center, and headquarters building, which is located on Camp Guernsey. It would house the headquarters administrative functions and the commander of that garrison, who currently does not have an actual headquarters command for himself and his staff. And so this meets a very dire need. Because it is at Camp Guernsey, which is 100% federally funded training site for the National Guard, the military construction of the project would be 100% federally funded. So we're looking at a $54.5 million project right now, and those costs continue to go up on a day-to-day basis. What we're asking for is that $570,000, so we can complete the RFQ and the RFP to take it from 0% design, where it sits today, up to 65% design, which immediately adds it to the Chief of Staff of the Army's critically unprioritized list, and allows it to be selected by one of our congressional delegates to seek congressionally directed spending. So this is a way for us to get this project in the next 3 to 7 years instead of the next 12 to 15 years. And that is the request. I did hear a request for information earlier from the Secretary. It is likely that this funding can and would be reimbursed to the state upon receipt of this military construction project in the future, once we received initial design authority. I don't know that that's a guarantee, but it is certainly something that we would actively pursue to try and get the full design when it would come, and we would be able to reimburse the state for these funds. But without this, it puts us on a slow track to construction. I think that may paint the picture, Mr. Chairman. If you have any further questions, I'm open to those now.
Thank you. Let me ask if there are questions. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Is it going to increase the capacity, training capacity, as far as the number of soldiers per day or per year?
It's going to increase the effectiveness with which that training will occur, Mr. Treasurer. We currently have a very disparate headquarters and staff that are located. They're not centralized. They operate from a very dispersed location. This would allow that commander to have all of those functions in there. So when units do come through, when training commands arrive, they would have a streamlined one-stop shop in which they can achieve all of their administrative, logistics, and training requirements in one location. Also, we're trying to make this the kind of the crown jewel of Camp Guernsey as you come into that training center. This would be the one-stop location where everything can be accomplished. So we are currently in construction on several barracks, which do increase the capacity of getting an entire brigade through that training site, and that is important to us. This is more the backbone that would allow the camp to continue to survive in an efficient and effective way for the future.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So, do you have fiber between all those areas now, or any interconnection? Is it part of this build out?
Mr. Treasurer, that's a great question. As it happens, not as a part of this project, but currently on the ground right now, we just issued a task order through ETS to tack on to an existing project that Mammoth Communications is doing with the town of Guernsey, which will bring fiber from Torrington down Highway 26 to the town of Guernsey, and there's no better opportunity than now to get the extra couple hundred feet that we needed. So we will have the fiber backbone in place within the next year is my anticipation, long before this project hits the ground. So yes, Mr. Treasurer, we will have the infrastructure, the capability and the backbone in place to support it.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Do you know whether or not Guernsey, whether that's gonna connect to the I-25 fiber route and have a loop in that area? I think they've looped it in Chugwater, but I didn't know whether that's gonna loop over there.
Mr. Treasurer, my understanding at this point is they had two options. They either had to come off the backbone on I-25 or they had to come from the east out of Torrington. I wasn't privy to any of how that happened, but I know the end result was that they chose to come from east to west. So it will be, the fiber backbone should be coming from Torrington into Guernsey, that direction on 26. I don't believe there's any anticipated closure of the loop to go, from 25 to Guernsey there. And I don't know that it would be necessary, but that's, it's really a commercial endeavor that's taking place, and we are just beneficiary of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Further questions, Madam
Mr. Chairman,
Superintendent?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, want to thank you all for having a group of educators out to Camp Guernsey this summer. It was another really great event. Hope to continue that partnership. Second question. So I know that you're looking for this award by FY29. So walk me through, and I understand the time is of the essence, but the contingency versus going through CapCon requests through the legislature, how that could derail the timing within that span of months.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that's also a great question. So the way that this process works, it would not derail it, but it would significantly delay it by a year. There's one time in which we develop these projects in the fall. They get scored at the National Guard Bureau level before they get sent to the headquarters Department of the Army level. If we can have this funding now, it is likely that we would have this project scored in the submission for February, which would put it on track to be considered by the next legislative session. If we wait, the scoring only occurs once a year. So if we don't get the funding now and we went through another process, it would be delayed by at least 12 months to be considered in next February, March timeframe. And that would really mean that the legislature wouldn't get a chance to see it for 2 years potentially. Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
at the appropriate time, I propose a motion to approve the use of SBC contingency for an amount of $570,000.
Okay, let me ask if there's any further questions first. I don't hear any, so I'll ask for support for your motion. It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, next item is action item, review of the capital construction or CapCon budget review recommendations. Chapter 3 of our SBC rules goes through the process by which construction projects are prioritized and developed. That's defined by statute and also SBC rule. The SBC rules, we have 2 handouts for this section that are also bound in your book in different forms. Handout 4A is capital construction priority lists. And I'd like you to make sure you're looking at the document that says revised. I also placed a copy of it on your table before the meeting.
So, Madam Secretary, it would look like this, and at the bottom, it would say capital construction priority list handout 4A-1, and then there would be -2, -3.
Yes, and it would have in red letters revised.
Thank you.
There are a few additional copies that can be distributed for anyone that needs them over by Corey. And she might bring one to my supervisor here too. And then there is a larger handout, 11 by 17. Marked capital construction request list by agency, handout 4B. And this worksheet might be handy for overall concurrence or modification of the priority list.
Mr. Chairman, these are all documents we got in July, correct?
Yes,
And they've not been changed.
they have not been changed. Well, the revised one that I placed on your desk was changed.
How is that one labeled? Just make sure I'm looking at the right one.
So are we running into difficulty because we have new materials that were dropped off?
Oh, there it is, revised. Okay.
No.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I want to set out here because, we got briefed in July on this when the meeting got moved. I had a briefing the week before. I want to make sure I understand what we're doing here today because you seem to suggest, Secretary Norton, that maybe that the practice of the board making the recommendation that it's actually somebody else that's supposed to do that. So are we doing it like we did the last 2 years where we're going to go through one by one and the board's going to make a recommendation to, I guess, the governor, and then the governor makes the final to the legislature? Or I'm not sure if there's a divergence as far as differences accounted for. Can you take through the statutes and what exactly our process is going to be today and how that diverges from anything we've done in 23 and 24?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, I would also defer to Superintendent Dagenfelder as chair of the construction working group to flag me if she wants to make any comments. The level 1, 2, 3 process is defined by statute. And generally, level 1 and 2 reconnaissance and feasibility of projects happen in an appropriation that's earlier than design and construction. Normally, we bundle those together. When the level 3 come as far into a level 3 design and construction capital construction request, the statute and the rules say that the construction management division shall prioritize them, and the prioritization criteria are listed in the rules, and they are also copied into item 4 of the packet. We do that. We work with the working group to familiarize members of the commission of those projects, so you can, have a deeper understanding of what agencies, how they're operating, and what their facility needs are. We bring them to you in first, the agencies prioritize their projects. We prioritize them overall from our perspective of listening to all agencies. And then we bring them to the commission, and it's the commission's pleasure to approve, to prioritize, to defer to construction management division if you so choose, to say, no, I don't believe this project should go forward but then, the legislative process, the budget process does occur. And I think it's by statute, could also be by constitution. I'm not able to cite that right now. It goes to the governor's budget for consideration, and then it goes to the legislature. And please correct me if I've missed anything.
I think that's probably fairly accurate. It is also reflective of a mix of projects, some of which require state funding, some of which are special and a bit different. Madam Superintendent, since you've worked very hard on this, and I want to appreciate the work you've done, you and your committee.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So given that, and that it's a little bit loose, I guess I would say, of kind of, where all these decisions come down, I asked Madam Secretary to present this in this, the revised item that you see here, breaking it up into authorization and then looking at the full list that includes incorporation of the new projects. And so I think that separating out authorization only is a smart thing to do. And then would recommend that we work through the list, which overwhelmingly are projects that we discussed last year that were not funded by the legislature. And then those that are highlighted in yellow are the new requests. And so there are only 4 new requests that you'll see, and they have been incorporated in order per the preference of the agency, of state construction, excuse me. And so perhaps the way to do that, because I think given that this board provides recommendations that then are recommended to the governor and then to the legislature, I've spent a lot of time thinking about the most efficient way that we can do this. And so perhaps we could go through, we'll first look through the authorization list, if any issues there, but that's just budget authorization. And then move through the requests and refresh our memory to those that are unhighlighted that we saw last year. And then I think the question is if this board would like to move any in terms of priority order.
Mr. Chairman.
And then just to cap that off, at least during my time, I have definitely taken into account the recommendations of this board. And I appreciate the conversations that have been delivered at this board. So, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I would move that that we place on the consent list all the authorization items. And I don't believe we need to spend a lot of time on these because it's not general fund money, it's special revenues from fees in other areas, or other areas that community colleges or the state parks has. So this, I think we can dispatch of rather quickly and just move the approval of all of those.
Okay, been moved and it's now going to be asked if there's a second.
Second.
It's been seconded by Superintendent. Is there any discussion? I would only mention, and I'm hoping that our legislative colleagues appreciate this, that there have been times when the CapCon bill has gone down in flames and projects that have money that have been appropriated to them by donors, et cetera, have not been able to be spent. So I just put that as a caveat. And I think,
Mr. Chairman, you bring up a great point there that maybe we should ask that it be a separate from the CapCon bill so that doesn't happen again.
yeah, I'm kind of wondering if there isn't a
So
reason to do
if
that.
my second approves, and I'll add that to the motion that it be a separate bill presented, suggested or advised that the governor and the legislature treat it as a separate bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'd agree with that. And that was the intent of pulling this out separately from the list.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good. Any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now I would just recommend if the secretary or other folks we could work through the list with just a brief update, just to jog everyone's memories of what those projects are, and can ask any questions. We interviewed with each of the agencies earlier this summer to discuss with them the projects. And so happy to provide additional information, but I think perhaps going through with a brief overview of each would be good.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the first priority recommended by the State Construction Department is funding for major maintenance. And this is for all general funded state agency facilities, state parks and cultural resources, all community colleges, and all University of Wyoming facilities. New this year with the passage of House Bill 86 is the prescription for an actual calculation, not a guess, not just this is what we think, that it shall be done at 2.5% of the cost replacement value of all of the square footage for all of those facilities, which is 20.2 million square feet. Of any other funding, major maintenance is the most important. And Wyoming is very lucky that, couple decades ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, the legislature realized it, and we are one of the few states that have regular major maintenance funding. And it truly does make the difference between being a good steward of taxpayer funds, of state assets and property, so that they can continue to function as prescribed by law. There's the major maintenance. The only thing that helps prevent major maintenance spending is regular routine maintenance. And overall, we'll find, and Director McComie will come on this in a little bit, but preventive maintenance, we do believe, is underfunded, but that is not under the purview of this here right now, but it is prescribed in House Bill 86. So the $233 million, just under that, we emphatically recommend approval of it.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, a question. Are we at like 2.25%, 2.5% on that or what?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, yes, it's 2.5%
2.5%?
of the cost replacement value.
Yeah, there always seems to be a conversation, Mr. Chairman, about, whether certain agencies or most of the time it's school buildings. And I know this isn't part of the school buildings, that people defer regular maintenance to either get a new building or do a complete overhaul. I'm just wondering what kind of process do we have to kind of keep track of making sure that everything's done, and I know it's probably quite extensive, but could you just give us a summary of that so people have a better feeling that the money's being spent right?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, we do have good processes, and actually ongoing right now is a very well-crafted facility condition assessment ongoing, which will include revisiting those replacement cost values, the estimated useful life of all of the components of each building, and it's about 500 buildings, and the remaining useful life of the components in those buildings. So it's possible coming up, you'll hear from us more about deferred maintenance needs. However, on the state side, community colleges, state parks, we don't have that same struggle that the school side has with deferring maintenance for new buildings. All of our agencies take good care of their facilities to the best of their funding, and it's straightforward, very well taken care of. We do have some agencies that, because of their small square footage, do not earn very much major maintenance money. But with the surplus, the slow spending, the hold between 2020 and 2022, and we're making great progress on expending those funds for the benefit of our buildings. We did not come forward this biennium to ask for additional major maintenance funds for agencies that do truthfully have a need for them, because of the contingency portion of the major maintenance appropriation. But no, we definitely don't have that. And I don't know if Director McComie might have a comment or two he might want to pile on.
Director McComie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Treasurer, where we're headed with the facility condition assessment that was mentioned earlier is that will go into our AIM database. And that will give us then, based on the component from that review, it'll give us a level of service in those buildings, a ranking, or for the components within a building, for a ranking from 1 to 5. 1 being in 1 and 2s are in critical need or in poor condition. So those will be the things that we focus on with the agencies. We have annual meetings with each agency on their buildings. And so through that review process that's going on right now, we hope to have that finished, I think, by middle of October. And then we'll be taking that raw data and putting it into the AIM system. So when we have our next year's meetings with the agencies, we can sit down and say, you're flagging on a boiler or your roof or things like that. So we do track that. We have the annual meetings with them. And I think as Secretary Norton mentioned earlier, I think the agencies are really trying to do the best they can with the funding that they have. As was mentioned earlier, we're at 2.5, and that's a requirement of statute now. Before, it was not in statute for the state side. The state buildings on the school side, it was in statute. They're now both in statute, and they mirror each other at that 2.5%. So I feel comfortable with where we're headed. House Bill 86 also have the strategic plan requirement for state buildings, school buildings. So we'll be working on that. The funding got tied up in the budget bill last year, and so we'll be requesting the money to hire a consultant to go out and put together that 20-year plan. And again, that'll tie together with the new facility condition assessment, because it's really not only a snapshot in time, we're forecasting 20 years into the future. So it should give this body in particular good insight in the future as to what future needs will look like. And I hope that with the system that we'll be able to make real-time movements in the building score. So an overall building based on those individual components will get a rating or a score for that building, an FCI, facility condition index for that building. As we do work on a building, we will adjust that real time. And so we'll be able to track, is that facility getting better or worse over time? And I think that'll be really kind of proof in the pudding of where we're sitting, both on routine maintenance and major maintenance needs for the state.
Thanks. Further discussion?
I'd make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, let me recognize Senator Landon just
Okay.
briefly.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for hanging us up. I just wanted to express support for all the efforts of Director Comey at this behalf of what they've done on this front. Just as a point of information, the Select Committee on School Facilities has forwarded a proposal, and this is the #1 priority for all of the school buildings out across. As you are well aware, we had a couple of decades, the 80s and 90s, where we didn't do any of this work. And we've all inherited that. And we're finally, I think, beginning to get this right, understanding that we don't take care of these buildings, they're going to cost us a lot more down the road. And so strongly recommend that we push forward on all the work that's being done on major maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I'd like to get your thoughts on, I'd prefer, because I know we want to talk about the prioritization order. Like, I think it would make more sense to go through all of it and then do the motions, but I guess I kind of have sketched out what I want to do, so I guess we could do it the other way. But I think it would be easier to go through it all and then at the end, take them one by one, but.
Yeah. Madam Superintendent, how would you like to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, that was my preference to work through, and then at the end, we can decide if there's any movement of preferences that we
All right.
want.
Mr. Treasurer, I don't want to.
Yeah, I guess if
Put your-
that's a consensus, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. I just wanted to get this big elephant out of the way, and then if we need to prioritize on stuff, we could prioritize on the small stuff, but this would be taken care of. But
Yeah.
however you guys want to roll.
Very good. Well, Madam Superintendent, I'll pass it back to you. If there is nothing more to talk about on major maintenance.
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. Would now start to move into the other requests. Would note too that I asked the secretary to note, so you'll see on the second line of each request, there's the overall budget request, and then we included the 2024 amount, and then whether or not that increased and by how much. So any of those that are not highlighted again are from last year, and you'll see the increases there on the rate.
Thank you.
Item 2 on page 2 of the priority list and page 2 of the capital construction narrative handbook is the State Building Commission Contingency Fund. And awkwardly, I went over where that balance falls right now due to various projects and approved activities. And so the recommended refill, which last year's motion was getting it to be back to the historic recommended level, which is, as I mentioned, 7.4 million. Last year, it was 3.9 that got us back to that event with a couple of other expenditures, one approved today, or not expenditures, but obligations. And land acquisition, that amount has changed to 1.9, has gone up $1.9 million. And so if all of those projects continue forward with the approval of the State Building Commission and so on, the amount needed to bring it back to recommended level is $5,962,000.
All right, thank you. Discussion? There is none, please.
Item 3 in the
Madam Secretary, this is probably a little bit early to take a break, but it might not be a bad idea. The treasurer is going to be away for just a little bit, so if we could take maybe a 10-15 minute break.
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you. Secretary, I think people should start thinking about coming back to order. We will be. Oh, look at that. Thank you. I think the treasurer should be joining us here relatively shortly, but why don't we recommence? So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a matter of record keeping with our consent agenda recommendation, and because there was a version of this incorporated into the published SBC book, but I would like to just read off the projects that were included in that consent list.
and this is for the projects
Authorization.
that were authorizations.
Authorization only. These items are not new general fund requests. In the case of state parks and cultural resources, they are the agency's special revenue funds. And so those projects on that authorization list include the Military Department, Wyoming Air National Guard Enlisted Barracks Transient Training, State Parks Priority.
And you want to give the amount for that then too?
And the amount is 42 million. State Parks and Cultural Resources Priority 1 is SRA Outdoor Recreation Maintenance, Health and Safety of 6.6 million. State Parks and Cultural Resources Priority 2, Wyoming Territorial Prison, $250,000. State Parks and Cultural Resources Priority 3, Water-Related Facilities of $430,000. State Parks and Cultural Resources Priority 4, Quebec 1 Missile Alert Facility, $50,000. Agency 57, Wyoming Community College Commission, Laramie County Community College Exterior Renewal Phase 2 Automotive Technology Building Exterior Renovation, authorization of $4.4 million and a little more. Agency 57, Community College Commission, Priority 8, Central Wyoming College CWC Industrial Maintenance Construction Light Manufacturing Facility authorization of $4,086,000.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't exactly recall if we were finished.
We were not. You were just getting into the contingency.
So, Mr. Chairman, the recommended contingency to keep us at the 7.4 million minimum balance with all other approved obligations and priorities is $5.9 million to replenish the contingency.
So let me turn this now back to Superintendent. Any further?
Nope, this one, Mr. Chairman, is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, questions? Yeah, please, Mr.
You know, I've never been a fan of this contingency, keeping it in the 7 or whatever. You know, I always tried to lower this. Is it in statute? You know, when I was in the legislature, but now it's a little different position. But where is this again? It's in like the rules or the statute, this target. And what's the legislative history? Who came up with this? You know, I used to always say, you know, in bills, I'd throw out a percentage or something, and a lot of the other legislators would say, how'd you come up with this percentage or this number, Chuck? And that's always been my question on this $7 million number. Who came up with it? What's the reason?
Mr. Chairman, I do actually have some emails that I have a print of here somewhere, but I don't want to rifle through all of the papers. Documenting when it started. It started as a legislative initiative when the Construction Management Division was created. Prior to that, agencies just individually came to the State Building Commission, you know, thinking their best thoughts on their own from their own limited perspectives to move forward building projects, building needs, building maintenance. And in the effort to create the construction management division, there were two accounts or two funds envisioned. One of them is the 7.4, which the majority of that is to remain open and available for real estate acquisition. It's also there to deal with emergencies or urgent projects that may need a level 1 and 2, a project that the SBC may determine for whatever reason should be salvaged or move forward. It's to give the SBC responsive, operability to be able to take care of the facilities that they are required to take care of by statute. Then the flex contingency is in that legislative initiative that created it in a budget bill, was to have at least 5% of the balance of all capital construction appropriations available for rising costs and other emergency conditions.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, is the 7.5 or whatever it is in the sevens, has that just been a standing principle, or is that a target that's in rule or statute? Because I'm trying to remember. I do think it's somewhere. Or
Mr.
is it
Chairman,
just-
it is not in statute or rule.
Okay,
It is intended to be there in, continuing budget requests, to be there primarily for real estate acquisition. As you know, if you have a property that comes up for sale and say it's right next to the Capitol building, they don't make many of those. So having funds available to strike when the opportunity is there is wise. Real estate acquisition doesn't fit very nicely into a biennial budget cycle.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this board approves any contingency request as we just did for military department. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, that is correct.
Further discussion? If there is nothing more on this, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is a request for $1.2 million of general fund to begin level 1 and 2 studies and master plan studies for the following agencies: Department of Agriculture, State Fair Dormitories, Office of State Land and Investment Forestry, Newcastle, an evaluation of all facilities, level 1 and 2 master planning, Wyoming Community College, Casper College, Industrial Technology Building, new replacement facility for level 2 design. And then the budget number here, this is the very beginning of a project, so we don't know what we don't know. And we always endeavor to negotiate these contracts for an amount that reflects the actual work, not an appropriation. And that is why we bundle them and why we don't publish the estimated amounts for each of them. And so it's also very likely that we will negotiate down further enough to afford those funds to cover of other level 1 and 2 or master plan studies that would then be subject to approval by the State Building Commission. So at the board's discretion.
Any discussion on those matters?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, those are the same that were in the bundle from last year, correct?
Madam Chairman, it is a little bit different in the community college commissions. Those were recently brought forward through the Wyoming Community College Commission process. So last year was 712,000. The difference is those two projects.
Thank you.
Okay. Further? Very good. Madam Secretary, or perhaps, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question.
Mr. Secretary, let me finish mine first. Just curious on the experience. I know we started this practice, about 3 years ago, as opposed to giving the estimates out. How has that gone? Has it proven to be difficult to negotiate, or has it actually been beneficial?
Mr. Chairman, this practice has been very, very beneficial. The last level 1 and 2 that I recall that was a published number had a very compressed timeline, and the funds were effective immediately. And so the request for qualifications went out very quickly, but the construction department was directed to have a number by September or October, if I recall correctly. And so that's a very short time to evaluate and study something. And the number was published, and we put it out for qualifications. And then in the negotiation, you select your most qualified and you negotiate there. But you do ask for fee proposals to see where you come in. The preferred firm gave us a work plan that was actually based on the hours that were available and the staff that would be consuming those hours. And it was much, much less than the appropriation of $4,000. Then there were others that read the budget bill and the intent of the funds, which I think the appropriation was $400,000, and their fee proposal magically was $399,999.
All right, thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, the level 1 and 2 master plan, that's what we're on right now. So I've never been a big fan of this Jackson thing. I think it's going to be very expensive. I'll probably try to pull this out. That is in there, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, the Jackson was approved in a previous legislative session. It is not
Okay.
in this bundle.
Okay. So what is this list with? Okay. Where is the list of I know it's confidential, but I want to look at it. Didn't you publish a list with what's in the bundle?
Yes, it should be in your smaller ring-bound packet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Madam Secretary, can you do me a favor and remind me on the lands and investment piece, is that a facility which would replace a facility that we are currently leasing? I just don't remember where we are on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the level 1 and 2 for Newcastle, Wyoming is at the Conservation Forestry
Camp.
Sorry, maybe I need a drink of water. I don't know. I didn't take a drink of water at our break.
Mr. Chairman, what?
Conservation Camp in Newcastle. And there are a variety of buildings there, and maybe also one in town. That forestry is one of our agencies that they have all of their duties that are prescribed by, statute and so, but they don't really have facility managers. So they make their decisions, and we support them in project management and looking at their facilities and in this facility condition assessment to take care of, their boilers and things like that. But there are a couple of the Quonset huts that have been failing and facilities that could possibly be used more efficiently. It's just to take a look at how they're using their facilities and what their program actually needs.
Okay, thank you very much.
So my guess, and I hope I'm not telling you more than I know, and Kelly might pick me later or raise her hand if she wants to come up, but this one might end up in like a small demolition project for some of those Quonsets. So
Thanks. Further questions? All right. Madam Superintendent.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we can move on to our first new request. Item number 4, Suzanne, Madam Secretary.
Yes, and I might have made a mistake here. Item number 4 is the Wyoming Military Department, Wyoming Air National Guard statewide modernization. I'd invite Major General Porter, Lieutenant Colonel Kingman, and Lieutenant Colonel Lindmeyer back to the testimony table to provide any additional background. This is for 5 million general fund to match authorization and approval of authorization of 5 million of federal funding for level 3 design and construction for the Wyoming Air National Guard statewide modernization program. I'm sorry, Army National Guard. My apologies. Good thing I have Dave here.
Lieutenant Colonel, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It is Army. And I think the only context that's necessary on this is I've been almost 5 years in this job, and I am often the slowest person in the room. Took me a long time to figure out how to swim upstream through both the federal process and the state process. We have been quite successful at Camp Guernsey, where we have 100% federal funding for modernization projects. Modernization roughly would be the term on the federal side that would be equivalent to capital construction. It's anytime we're building something new or changing the purpose of a facility. However, we have been less successful at our readiness centers, which are really our center of gravity in our communities. It's where our soldiers drill. Those, because they are state property and they're 50-50 match on each of those projects, we're required to invest a 1-for-1 with general funds for everything we do with a federal dollar. That's fairly easy when it comes to routine or even major maintenance. It is a significant hurdle, though, when we start talking about capital construction or modernization money. So I am coming to the table for the first time because, again, out of sheer slowness, we have a process on the federal side where we have to project 2 years out plus one. And then we do not find out until the year of execution which projects will be funded federally. As of today, I'm still waiting to find out on October 1st which projects for FY26 I'm going to get the federal funding for. And I don't know when I'm going to find out. So what I've done here is I have bundled up each of the modernization projects in 26 and 27 that exist at a facility that require a state match. And I have put them into a single CapCon bundle that would allow us to have the flexibility and the immediate capability to implement any of those projects whenever at the beginning of each federal fiscal year when when it is determined that you submitted 10. These 3 are the ones that are approved, and we expect you to be able to get them done in quick order. So that is what this bundle does. Are there any questions from you or the board, Mr. Chairman?
Questions? And it's a full biennium estimation of what you're looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I recognizing that again, the feds operate annually and the state operates biennially. Right. I projected for 2 years so that we could operate within the biennium with a single action. That was our effort here.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, next item is Agency 48, Department of Health with the Veterans Home of Wyoming. I invite Director Johansson to join us at the testimony table. This year's request is $87 million of general fund for the project. Last year's request was $79 million. In the lead up to this meeting and in our facility planning that begins in the spring, we did consider an approach that might let us leverage funds that are already available to begin construction, because the inflation on construction costs are what is driving this number to go higher and higher and higher. And this, and that's to the detriment of, our funds and our impact, because the state grant reimbursement that is required by federal law to be reimbursed if we continue forward with the project as it was approved and is designed and is ready, shovel ready to begin construction. If we move forward, those funds will be reimbursed. It's just a matter of when. We do not know. The narrative is on page 18. And You've all heard us talk about this several years in a row. With that, if Director Johansson would like to add anything, or if you have questions.
Director, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. Stefan Johansson with the Wyoming Department of Health. I think this is the fourth time this commission has seen a request like this. As Ms. Norton mentioned, the application for the reconstruction of the domiciliary has been approved by the VA. That comes with 65% matching funds for the cost of the project at the time that the project was submitted, which at this point is approximately 3.5 years ago. As Ms. Norton also mentioned, we anticipate that with the approved project, the federal funds for the reimbursement will be recouped at some point. It's just an appropriations issue with the federal government of when they get through the priority list of all VA construction projects, which really run a gamut from very small scale sink replacements, CapCon of that level, to projects like ours, which are full-scale redesigns and replacements of replacement of the facility. As Ms. Norton mentioned, we've been ready to go operationally at the Veterans Home to accommodate the construction project. It's a multi-year project, given that we can't move residents out of the facility. This is not a new facility on a new campus. It would be a redesign, reconstruction of the domiciliary there in Buffalo. But really the policy decision for the State Building Commission again in its recommendation and for the legislature again is whether or not the state wants to essentially front load the federal fund portion of this project with general funds with the knowledge that at some point in the future that amount of money would be recouped. There have been options discussed with what the state has already appropriated from the legislature a couple of years ago for the state component of the project to get started with a portion of the reconstruction. And there's certainly pros and cons to that approach. On the pro side, it gets us started. We know that inflation escalation is a challenge when it comes to construction at this scale, and every year that's waited, those costs go up. On the downside, there's some uncertainty whether or not the federal application would need to be resubmitted on a scaled down project. And certainly the downside of the uncertainty in the future if we completed a quarter or a third of the project and the remainder of the campus remains unchanged with residents in one side in a new area or newly constructed area and residents on the other side. Experiencing the same difficulties that we have. The reason for this project being ADA compliance, physical layout, HVAC issues, electrical issues that some of which are pretty severe at the Veterans Home. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll apologize for irritating the commission and the legislature once again, year number 4 with this request, but we absolutely appreciate the support from this body and from the legislature, frankly, last session in wanting to get this project completed. It's something that multiple task forces, subcommittees, legislative committees, and in the executive branch have recommended that needs to be done for the better part of 10 years now, even more going back to the facility condition assessment of 2013, where it was number 3 on the Department of Health priority list behind the state hospital and the Life Resource Center to make the necessary improvements for the care that we provide veterans in Buffalo. With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, happy to answer any questions.
Any question, Madam
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent?
Thank you, Director. And to reiterate, once the state appropriates its share, there's no additional ask. The inflationary adjustments are covered by the federal government. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, it's a really good question. Unfortunately, with the VA process, the federal funds are locked in and have been locked in at the time of the application, which was the estimated project cost at the time that we applied. So the way that I think about it in simple Stefan terms is at the time that we applied, got approved, and in an ideal world would receive the federal funds, but unfortunately that's not how the timeline works. It was 65% federal, 35% state on the project cost. Every year that the federal government has not allocated the funds to Wyoming because there's so many projects on the priority list and we have to wait, every year that effective share of federal funds goes down. So essentially right now we're probably more on a 50-50 cost share between the federal government and the state government. But the downside to withdrawing the application and resubmitting to recoup more of the project cost with those federal funds is that a new application would essentially restart the process for the state of Wyoming and potentially deprioritize us down the list on which we are already relatively low. I testified in front of you last year that we had appealed that priority ranking to the VA. They did not consider that favorably. We've continued to ask those questions and essentially make our case. We believe we should be in a higher priority category given the scale and how we've designed this project. But essentially right now we are in the priority list where we are. And I think the policy decision for the state legislature remains, is it prudent to front load those costs with general funds and recoup on the back end?
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, to follow up on Director Johansson's comments, in 2022, the commission approved and the legislature appropriated a significant inflation reserve fund, which a majority of those funds were calculated for this project. So we believe that if this appropriation is made, we'll be okay inflation-wise.
Thank you. Further questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. It's for veterans. I think that we might as well just go ahead and bite the bullet and get it done.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Commission Secretary, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the priority list is Agency 80, Department of Corrections, Wyoming State Penitentiary, Heating, Ventilation, Air Conditioning Equipment. I invite Director Shannon, if he's here, Administrator Pacheco, and Deputy Director Heather Babbitt, if she'd like to speak to this project. On the overall list in agency order, this item is ranked fairly high in our priority list because of its life safety emergency needs and legal liabilities, prior binding commitments.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Commission, thank you for having me today. My name is Mike Pacheco. I'm a support service administrator for the agency. Director Sens has apologized for not being here today. He had a prior engagement he couldn't miss. So the request for this is a request for HVAC system. Testified before regarding that. It's a replacement of about 30 air handler units at the Wyoming State Penitentiary. The penitentiary is built in 2000, so that system is 25 years old. It's expended its life cycle for those systems. Those air handlers are required as it's a life safety issue for those individuals incarcerated there and the individuals working there. We all know the climate of Rawlins, Wyoming. So it's necessary to keep that operational there. So it's a straightforward request for those 30 air handlers units.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Administrator Pacheco, any questions? Any questions? Very good. Does the delta indicate sort of just increased in costs that you're expecting from the equipment?
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah, there's an additional $505,000. Is that roughly what you think
correct.
it's going to take in
Yes, sir.
today's dollars compared to?
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, the next item is Agency 15 for the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. I invite Director Bain to the testimony table. This is for the Emergency Vehicle Operations Driving Complex in Douglas, Wyoming, Level 3 Design and Construction, for a total recommendation of $18.17 million. This is a change not due to inflation, but due to a change in the long-term solution real estate plan and facility management plan, strategic things for the law enforcement academy to be able to provide the training that they need to provide for their students. As you might recall, I believe last October, you all approved land acquisition for a 1.3 acre, or no, that was the amount for acreage, 200 nearby, so that so that there could be a long-term vision of relocating the campus. Not a today thing, not a tomorrow thing even, but way over. And so the construction management recommends approval of this, and Director Bain can answer questions.
Director, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Chuck Bain, the Director of Law Enforcement Academy. If you remember the movie Twister, at one point they were in the middle of the twister and a cow went by, and then they realized that the cow went by again and it was the same cow. I kind of feel like the same cow. You have seen this information in the requests before on numerous occasions. This actually even started out to be a conversation that I had with Senator Landon during his first time on SBC in 2017, and we've done facility assessments and trying to make things work. Secretary Norton is correct in that the difference in the cost is we had a smaller footprint of land that we were going to be dealing with before. That fell through and didn't come to fruition. Now we have the acquisition of 260 acres, just a couple of miles just to the west of the current facility. And so that allows us to expand and really do what's necessary for Wyoming law enforcement training, especially in the area of vehicle operations. You've been to our facility before. Our current location is fraught with issues and problems and water underneath the asphalt. We spend millions of dollars every several years trying to abate that issue and problem. On the actual northwest side of the northeast side, of the training area is the Platte River. So we kind of do a double dish that depending on what student's driving, it could either be a emergency vehicle operation or water rescue, depending on how that ends up. So what you see before you is really our envision to do what's necessary for Wyoming law enforcement and training in emergency vehicle operations. Quite frankly, things and topics and techniques and skills that we've never been able to do because of the limitations of our existing facility. So with that, I would entertain any questions.
Any questions? Thanks.
Without any additional questions on that project itself, I did want to note, and it is in the agency narrative on page 11 of the capital construction bundle, that the request for these types of facilities and the need for this kind of training has been brought to SBC quite a bit over time. Since Director Bain is here, and for efficiency of our meeting, I'd also like to have him speak to on handout 4A, page 3. At the bottom of the page is Attorney General Law Enforcement Academy Firearm Ranges Indoor Outdoor Patrol Rifle Design. And this is just design, level 3 design, which is a change from last year where we asked for construction money also. And so this request is $4.4 million to begin design on the new property to support Director Bain's programs. Again, that is page 12 of your CapCon project that provides more narrative detail.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just concerned that this is still a 300-yard range. And I mean, technology and firearms now, 300 yards, if you got a law enforcement officer that's only trained at 300, they're at a disadvantage when they step out of their car.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, we have an expert who can describe more about that, the actual ranges than I know.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'm aware that you've expressed this concern previously. Currently at the Law Enforcement Academy, we do not do any long-term high-powered rifle sniper kinds of training. It's just too specialized, and there are only a select number of agencies who would require that training that it doesn't make it cost-effective. Currently, the rifles that are being used are the patrol rifle, the 223 caliber. They're about effective at about that 300 yard, and that's why you see the limitation of that's just the firearm that's being utilized most by the agencies in the state of Wyoming, and so that's where our concentration is. They receive the long gun, long distance training usually at other facilities, and even out of state. Colorado has a pretty significant training program that most of the agencies use. So that's why you're seeing it still show up at 300. It fits within the job task analysis that we did, that's what's relevant to Wyoming law enforcement at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I
Mr.
guess I'll also reiterate that I think you need a memorandum of understanding with the National Guard, or if you got a memorandum of understanding with the Colorado facility, which I know a lot of the highway patrolmen train in Colorado rather than Wyoming because it's a better facility. I'd like to see those memorandums of understanding. So we know that the situation is addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Treasurer Meyer. Yes, I have visited the facility in Guernsey, and we have spoken with them about their capabilities and tremendous opportunity. And if we would find ourselves in the need for those kind of facilities in long distance, that'd be a perfect location to do that.
Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, if you could just speak a little bit more towards the transition from construction to design, and then also that the agency is supportive of the driving complex being higher priority than this project.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, yes, as Secretary Norton had talked about, some of our previous asks, we were in a different location, we were in a different area, our construction's needs were different. Now with the proposal to build this facility on the new property and start to concentrate in that area, that's why you see the difference in the cost. We realize that this is going to be a phased approach and trying to design the best location on the property for these buildings. It will encompass three different ranges. Actually, there would be an indoor range that would be 50 yards, 30 lanes across. Currently, ours is 25 with only 12 lanes. So we're very limited in the number of people that can be utilizing the range at the same time. We currently have an outdoor range that's 50 yards with 20 stations. When we have a basic of 50 people, that's difficult to put a lot of rotations of people in. So we would expand that to 100 yards and a 30 lane again, as well as then the long distance shooting. So we're actually building and looking at a complex of three ranges that could be, in its appropriate design, that we could use those simultaneously and not just have one and then the other. So it would really open up our capabilities of training, shorten our training time with that, with it. So that's my explanation related to and pointing out why you're seeing the difference of the cost. And it's not just one range, but we're duplicating what we have, but we're expanding the capabilities, number of shooters, we're expanding the distances, and also accounting for things like noise abatement and baffling and things that currently we don't have at our local facility. It does cause some issues at nighttime, 9 o'clock at night with the neighbors around the area, and we try to mitigate those things. So this is something else that we're paying attention to in this project for these ranges.
One more question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Are you gonna have a upgraded shoot, don't shoot scenario? I know the last time I looked at that was when I, basically chaired the transportation committee, and it wasn't interactive, so I don't know whether it's interactive now or whether you're contemplating that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we currently have 4 interactive computer-based systems at the academy. The screen is about 10 foot by 8 foot. And it is an interactive program with that. We use those things tremendously within our basic training for both detention officers and peace officer basics. We continually upgrade those. In fact, the renovation that's taking place soon at the academy with some interior renovation is also going to account for that. And we're going to be putting in another room for that, so that's what they're designated for. So we absolutely use the computer simulation technology that is available for law enforcement training. And I have 4 of those systems running right now.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So in a situation that if you're in a school building and let's say you're a teacher or something like that, that's authorized to carry within the building, and they run across somebody that has their back to them and the guy has a gun in his hand, you can say, drop the gun, and the gun will drop. Or what happens in those situations where there's an instruction by an authorized person to carry a firearm, and it sees somebody he doesn't know with the firearm, and he instructs them to, either freeze or drop the gun or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, great question. And yes, we have those absolute scenarios that the system that we use, we're able to film our own. So we can make those things as complicated or as Wyoming specific as we possibly can. And I have several scenarios that are just exactly like that they're in a school. We've got a shooting and a report, and they're responding, and here's somebody with their back to them, and they have to engage that individual, do the verbal commands, moving to cover, being tactful of those things. If they're giving the right commands, then the instructor that's operating the system at that point can push the magic button, and the person turns around, gives up, puts their hands up. If they're not doing the appropriate commands, other things can happen as well as that, so that it's a realistic feedback to that student that helps reward or helps educate them related to their choices at that time.
It might be a good idea, Mr. Chairman, to have that list of commands to people that are going to be carrying firearms within our buildings, or employees, and different things. So they don't have law enforcement training, but it'd be nice to know what that command structure is. So they act appropriately. But that's another part of the training that we talked about earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director. Any further questions? Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, while we have Director Bain here, I think one point that I had hoped to nuance out of the narrative is that over the years, as these improvements have been requested and delayed, there's only so much room to do so much training. And this is both for the EDO and the firearms range. Right now, I think the peace officer laws let you become an officer hoping you'll get this training within a year. And correct me if I'm wrong. So could you just elaborate on that a little bit, and what you're able to do with the facility you have now, and how these will change the operations and so on?
Secretary Norton, Mr. Chairman, yes, I would be glad to talk about that. That is correct. In current statute right now, once a detention officer or a peace officer has been appointed by the agency, they have 1 year, 1 calendar year from that date of appointment to complete basic training. That has existed for, I've been in this business for almost 44 years, and that's been around for a long time. Part of the justification, the reason, as far as I understand it from the historical perspective, is that it gave agencies some time to hire and send that person to training, that it was very difficult to hire and then send. At that time, we didn't have that many training classes that were taking place at the academy. Currently, we provide 3 peace officer basic classes per year. They're each 14 weeks long. We provide 3 detention officer basic classes. Those are 8 weeks long. We're also statutorily mandated to provide communication basic training. That's 2 weeks long. We do 2 of those a year, and then we're responsible for training coroners and deputy coroners in a basic class that's 44 hours. So if you do the math, and you look at the calendar, there's obviously a lot of overlap between those basics. In fact, we started 2 basic classes a week ago. We have 19 in detention. We have 33 in peace officer, and they're running simultaneously. There has been some discussion amongst joint judiciary members as well as other members of the legislature to remove that grace period of 1 year and require an officer to go through the academy before they're allowed to work on the street or in the detention facility with that. One of the issues that we have concerns about that is it's difficult to add more classes within our calendar year because of that overlap. We have 60 dorm rooms at the academy, and we try not to go above an 85% capacity. State Fair Director and I were just talking earlier this morning. They utilize our facility during State Fair, and there are some times when we can't accommodate all of their needs and requests because we just don't have the capacity within the facility. So the dormitory becomes a real choke point for us. We're doing some renovations, but it's not increasing our capacity to hold people in that facility. So, and not only does the issue of capacity as far as number of students be a factor for us, but the time that they're there at the academy. For instance, in 1983, when the academy was opened, Peace Officer Basic was the only statutorily required training that the academy did. So we've added those things for that. And at that time, Basic Academy was 320 hours. Right now, it's 640. And there's always those requests to do more, to add more training. So it's kind of like my one analogy is, well, what would happen if you required first graders to be there for a year and a half versus the year period of time? What would you do with, more people keep coming in? So that is a big concern of ours of if that were to be the case, how soon could we get somebody through basic training? The larger agencies seem to handle those things very well and are adept at doing some of their own training. Some of the smaller agencies, they have 1, 2, 5 officers. That would be a very difficult ask for them. So that's just our consideration and what Secretary Norton was talking about, some of the things we've had to deal with and some considerations in the future of the capabilities and the expansion. You can only hold so many people in the dormitory. You can only hold so many people in a classroom, in a firing range, in cars, those kind of things. So those are limiting factors for us when you consider if we would have to remove that 1 year grace period or that waiting period, what would that do to the state and what kind of resources would have to come to bear in order to facilitate that?
Thank you. Any further questions on this? Okay. And Madam Commission Secretary, I'm thinking that, am I right in this, that there's a net give back in this of about 18 million bucks or so?
Mr. Chairman, yes, this one, we are just requesting design at this time.
Right.
So it's a much lower request than we brought forward last year.
Okay.
That said, we hope that we'd be able to bring a more informed construction cost back in the supplemental.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Director.
The next project on the priority list, handout 4A, page 3, is Wyoming Community College Commission, Laramie County Community College exterior renewals. There are 3 in a row here. I'd invite Dr. Schaefer and anyone from the Community College Commission that might want to join. There are 3 buildings. I'll talk about them as a whole that are in a phase renewal of essentially these are major maintenance projects to preserve the asset that exists. Dr. Schaefer is very eloquent. I'll let him go into the corrosive concrete that we've got. But these are for the Science Center building exterior renovation, the Crossroads Building exterior renovation, and the CCDC, the College and Community Center building.
Mr. President, good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Joe Schaefer. I'm the president of Laramie County Community College. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about these projects. These projects, and including the one that you authorized earlier for authorization only, the automotive technology building, are projects that you saw last year and recommended approval. And Governor, I believe you included and recommended within your budget. They did not make it through the legislative process, and so they're back before you today. Maybe as a quick bit of context. Thank you. Quick bit of context. Most of you have been on the LCCC campus. The majority of that campus was built with a frugal mindset, using precast twin T concrete panels. And so our forefathers knew how to stretch a dollar and put up a lot of square footage with that. Unfortunately, part of the construction design of those buildings included the use of aggregate in the concrete that actually has a reaction with the alkalinity in the soil when water hits. And so I'm not a chemist, but as it's been described to me, they are concrete buildings that require constant care and maintenance. As a result, we have roughly a $25 million backlog of major maintenance on these facilities, and we've been whittling through them. So a few years back, we tested a proof of concept and whether or not we could solve 3 issues with these facilities. And we did it first with the Androcopoulos Business Building. And we wanted to solve 3 things. The first one was, how do we actually seal the concrete off so we don't have that degradation of the concrete going on? The second was addressing the fact that concrete walls are not exactly energy efficient and struggle with heating and cooling issues. And then the third, of course, as you know, you can go through years and spend significant dollars on the major maintenance for those facilities and sack rub them, paint them, do them. And at the end of the day, you have ugly tan concrete buildings. And that's hard for me to say sometimes. And so we knew that we could actually put an exterior facade or basically renew them and preserve them in their perpetuity. And so this has become part of what we call our exterior renewal initiative. It has 4 phases. You have recommended and the legislature has funded phase 1. We are in the last 3 projects of that phase right now. These projects before you, the 3 that Ms. Norton referenced, as well as the automotive tech building, are phase 2 and ready to move forward those. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any specific questions about these projects or the initiative.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, more perhaps for the secretary. Was it SBC contingency that we used to fund part of phase 1, or am I missing apples and oranges? Because we've talked about this project outside the CapCom process as well. I believe I just don't remember exactly the context.
Mr. Chairman, Auditor, I'm not sure it's this project. We did approve some SBC contingency fund to take care of the college's adaptation to the water supply pressures.
That was it.
Okay. Fire suppression.
Okay. Thank you. Sprinklers or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Any questions? I hear none.
Wonderful. Thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Secretary.
You know, I just want to say, I know there's some things to work on with it, but you know, those buildings, they have a certain form of aesthetic. They're a little bit brutalist, you know, and I've found them kind of interesting over the years. So anyway, just wanted to give a little bit the other side to it, but I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I think they're kind of brutalist a little bit. They have that vibe.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Secretary, I would say you would be in the minority with that perspective, and certainly in the minority of the student populations that we're trying to engage.
Say budget brutalist.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just quick, I guess you're going to put some insulation in there and then you're going to have a new outside. So is the outside going to be supposedly maintenance free? I think they probably thought the concrete was when they put it up, you know, but so the outside is going to save in future maintenance, but is the R factor going to actually help pay for this or over the next 100 years or what?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's actually a great question. And I think Mr. Webb and the folks from the construction division could probably speak to the engineering and the specifics of it. But you're exactly right. We're not only putting a vapor seal or a thermal seal on there to protect the concrete, we're actually adding in insulation and then using durable materials, both hard metals and some new materials that called, I can't even tell you what they're called, but they're an interesting composite material that are incredibly durable, weather resistant, and will help us with the long-term major maintenance. But as I said, Mr. Webb has been with us with these projects, and as has Ms. Norton, and she could probably explain that more, but that's our intent.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you're going to save some money on heating that and cooling that, it actually helps pay for it. But yeah, I don't know whether it would or not.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I can assure you that the increased insulation in the walls will make a difference in the utility bills. Might take a while to measure it, but we can get a difference in the R value for sure. Bring it back and let you know.
Very good. Thank you. We have another president due up here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite Sheridan College Science Building Renovation Experts, President Triblee and Mr. Anderson, to speak to the request for 15.2 million of general fund and 12.3 of other funding for the science building renovation and expansion.
Thank you. Mr. President, good to have you here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to be here. We are asking for funding. We were here last year. We didn't make it through the legislative process. Our request has been adjusted by inflationary costs, and we have completed our design and added a few elements to the design in this year's request. We're asking for funding, obviously, for a science center to both renovate and expand the current science building. This needed project is our #1 project on our facilities master plan. The building is approaching 50 years old. It was designed and constructed in the 80s at a time right before the explosion of things like biotechnology, gene therapy, information, the digital age of information technology as it interfaces with DNA technology, things like that. So the building is a fine building. It has worked for us, but it's in needed renovation. So with that being said, we have about 1,000 students, more than 1,000 students that go through that building every year. They do so for preparation to enter programs, essential programs like nursing, dental hygiene, in terms of getting those prerequisites done. These renovations and expansions will allow us to increase our capacity in those programs and potentially other healthcare programs as we go into the future. As Sheridan County ages, our need for quality healthcare increases. Same thing for Johnson County. Our nursing program supports Johnson County and Sheridan County, and until Gillette College gets accredited, Campbell County as well. So we're very much looking forward to getting this project up and running and getting it done as quickly as we can as costs keep escalating for us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there questions?
Does the increased square footage go into the maintenance formula for all community colleges that you share?
Did you hear that request? Would you handle that one?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, it does. It does go into the square footage calculation.
So that dilutes every other community college. When one community college grows, it basically, you reduce the amount of square footage to all community colleges.
Not necessarily reduce the square footage, but you reduce the pot that the money's coming out of. So yes, you do, it does reduce the
per
funds.
square foot.
Yes, sir.
Reduced across everything.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a calculation as to when you add 1,000 square foot or something like that, so we kind of know what the metric is, so how that affects other colleges?
That would probably be best answered by Secretary Norton.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I'll take a little bit of a stab at this. So the facility while the construction project is ongoing, will not have major maintenance projects happening to it. And it would be a little while before it comes online. So biennially, in the biennial budgets, the Community College Commission does the calculations based on their square footages of educational programmatic area and provides them to us for the calculation. If a facility grows by 10,000 square feet and it's, say, classroom, it's approximately $200 per square foot that we calculate the cost replacement value per the statutes and how that's done. And then so 2.5% of that is what the increase would be in the next biennium.
So it's not a static pot. You're saying you're going to grow it every year.
And it occasionally will come down in the square footage if they take a building offline or if it changes its use to no longer be educationally programmatic. And we ask for those reports of how those square footages change year to year or biennium to biennium.
Yeah, I just recall when, Mr. Chairman, when the pot never grew, it just shrank, per person. But anyway, that's, I don't know where we're going to come up with $500 million, but the governor can figure that one out, I guess.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. I think that's your job. Mr. President, one quick question. There's a commitment there of 12 million some odd dollars. That's still there and still relevant.
Yes. But I'm struggling to
those
hear.
are the other funds, the commitment of other funds to this project.
Absolutely, and those are in hand.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, it's been a
Chair.
while since I've looked at the CREG. What is that $500 million? What is that in percentage of sales tax? I mean, how many percent do we need each year to pay $500 million? I'm curious what that is. I can't recall what we get for 1% of sales tax. I haven't looked at CREG in a while. Anybody know?
Mr. Treasurer, why don't we get back to you on that one?
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know if it's 4 or 8 or what. Who knows?
Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next agency is the Department of Administration and Information. I invite Director Bach, Administrator Coleman, Mr. Jake Strickling to the testimony table to talk about their next 3 projects. The first is ANI Enterprise-Wide Security and Access Control System Upgrade for $11.9 million. And the next is Hathaway Building Renovation Continuation. Basement through 3rd floor, level 1, 2, and 3 design and construction for $20.5 million.
Very good. Director Bach, good to see you again.
Good morning. I'm gonna let Administrator Coleman take the majority of it, but I wanted to talk a little bit, and I don't know if we need to have this discussion now, but I'm gonna bring it up now. When we originally did the IBARs for the security, the first item that the secretary has here for security, we labeled it as capital renewal, not necessarily level 1, 2, or 3. Capital renewal means construction, infrastructure upgrades, replacement project systems external to a building or facility that are necessary for continued functioning of a building or facility. It includes projects that don't qualify as new construction and for building or, for which the cost exceeds amount typically appropriated or expended on major maintenance. That includes electrical projects. So we believe that's what this system is. So that was the first thing. I'm going to let Andrew talk a little bit about our system and currently what we have and what we're looking to go towards. This is your security system for the buildings, for the doors, the key cards, and I'm going to let Andrew talk about that.
Administrator, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So the current system we have is roughly 20 years old. for access control in the buildings. There's been a lot of development in technology since then, and we're definitely not at a standard that I think anyone would want to install in a new building at this point. It's further, it was behind what we were advised to install in the Thyra Thompson building. So we currently have a different system in Thyra Thompson because the current system in Cheyenne is just so old. So back in the day, we started installing card readers in certain buildings. As time grew, we needed card readers in other buildings, so we continued to expand with the same system we had, which incrementally worked out really well for the state. Now, when we come to the time period where that technology is nearing kind of sunset, it means we've got a lot of card readers, a lot of control servers in buildings that all need to get upgraded to a new system. The support for our current system has some kind of issues with it. Under the current system, it's a proprietary technology. So there aren't like in-state vendors that can provide service to us outside of the one owner of the technology. There are other technologies out there that would allow us to have in-state vendors that we would allow to separate things like having the software that runs the system be different than who provides the cards and be different than the technology or the manufacturer of the card readers. And they can all work together. The goal of this project is to, it's largely, the reason we proposed as capital renewals because it's essentially a really big major maintenance project. But as you can see from the total on it, that is the construction request that we asked for. Our intention is to do major maintenance to hire the design consultant with our own major maintenance money. But this construction amount is about, I think, half of our major maintenance budget. So that is why we were bringing it forward as a capital renewal and for that construction funding. Level 1 through 3 or level 1 and level 2 is really not necessary at this point. We know we have a card reader system. We know we have buildings that need it to be upgraded. The alternative to doing a card reader system is going back to hard keys, which I think everyone would acknowledge probably isn't a great decision on that. And so really what we're facing is just upgrading the system we have. But we can go to different technologies and make it non-proprietary to benefit the state in the future. We're also having issues where the current system, because it is so old, it's likely to be sunset as far as the support. So the longer you wait on it, I think you may be familiar with there's some support decreases and for computer systems right now, there's an operating system that the company has said we're not going to support it after October. So hence the state has had to upgrade computers up to the next operating system. That's kind of what we're facing here. They're also continuing to increase the cost on us. We're still in negotiations for our current contract with it because we want to make sure the current system remains functional through the upgrade period. But they're proposing very significant price increases, which I'd be happy to talk with you about offline. Since we're still in negotiations, I wouldn't want to bring those up here. I think those are the main points that we wanted to establish. With us as well as Jake Strickling, our construction project manager, as well as Damien Garibay, who is our lead electrician, and he and his team are the ones that really work on this system, and so he knows it very well. And we wanted to make sure he was here to be able to talk about it and answer any questions.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Administrative Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Coleman, with the level 1 and 2 essentially going into the construction in this project, is there still opportunity to do an RFP? Are you doing a sole source for this, or how will that process go? I'm seeing nodding heads.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, the level 1, level 2 really is what we're looking for is capital renewal or level 3, and really just for construction. Our intention is to competitively hire a consultant in the near term, so in the next couple months, to start us down the path of getting the design done, so that by the time the money would become available for construction, we can be able to roll that out. Construction of this will take a long time. We're not planning on turning everything off and turning it back on. We'll have to try and work on phasing it through different buildings by priority. So that, and our intention too is then once we have that design to competitively procure the different systems that we would need. So we'll be evaluating different systems and contractors to make sure we can have competition there. Our existing vendor is welcome to, and we're going to include them as well so that they can compete for this as well. They have new technologies that are available. So yes, our intention is to make sure this is a competitive process. Currently, because it's a proprietary system, we keep having to do sole source
to maintain our service contract because there is no one else who can provide that service.
Thank you. Further questions? Madam Auditor.
Thank you. Does this, maybe a snapshot of what buildings this includes, and would the proposal include adding more buildings to this system as opposed to hard keys? I mean, I know we have some buildings with hard keys, but I don't know if those are only lease space or if this is going to contemplate, for example, bringing the new DEQ building under the same system. I'm assuming they probably don't have key card access. And the unique thing about this request is this is actually something we all use and see every day, so we can relate to it more closely. So same footprint, or that's sort of my question.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the intention is the same footprint. So to give what the goal would be is once we have a newer technology, we can then try to integrate other buildings that have separate technologies when those times come. If we have another building, if we have another technology that'll last us for a long time, then it makes sense when we have other buildings that get renovated or agencies want to add card readers to new doors, we can add to that technology. Currently, we're limited where we can't really add to this one. The DEQ building, which you mentioned, actually does have card readers that were installed by the owner at the time. That is a separate system from what we have for the Capitol complex and a separate system for the Thyra Thompson building. So in the future, this would allow us to hopefully be able to unify those so that we aren't generating different key cards and we're not using different technologies for folks to access. The other piece I wanted to mention on that, you asked for kind of a footprint idea. We're talking about the Capitol, the Hirschler, we're talking about the Barrett building, the Hathaway building, the main buildings in the Capitol complex. The Pioneer building has some card access. The Eidelman building has card access. Emerson building, Supreme Court building, State Library, the Pioneer building. Yeah, I mentioned that one. Capitol Hill building. Those main state buildings that we've owned for a long time. There are a lot of buildings that don't have card access. We have some general services buildings that we've never upgraded to card access, largely because there's not a lot of folks and a lot of public traffic. The card access allows us to do remote programming of when they open and close the doors and allows us to reduce the amount of keys we have to maintain and provide out. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
I will add, Mr. Chairman, sorry, there are a couple of agencies that have tagged on to this. Workforce Services has at least one building I know of that uses the same technology as us with the idea that they were trying to help integrate with our existing system, and then we can help them with cards, being able to provide IDs and that sort of thing. So there is a little bit of outside use by other agencies.
Very good. Thanks. Any further questions? If there are none, thank you. Go on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a similar comment we wanted to make about this request for the Hathaway third floor through the basement renovations. So this picture, the picture of this is the fifth floor was renovated after the combined labs was created and the health department moved their labs from the fifth floor of the Hathaway into the combined labs building. So this was a long time ago. I think combined labs opened in 2010. I don't remember when the renovations on fifth floor were created, but we're talking a number of years ago. At that time, when they did the renovations, they included HVAC units and the mechanical units for that fifth floor are separate from the rest of the building for the most part. So there is a penthouse that has HVAC units that can maintain and were designed to maintain the entire building. The intention at that time was to start renovating floors incrementally and change over the systems so that you could take more weight off of the basement systems and add more to the rooftop. So currently, my understanding is our units up there are running at like 20% capacity, and that's with the fourth and fifth floors on there. We are now just finished the fourth floor renovations and are looking forward to getting Department of Health back in that floor. That involves, with the changing of the mechanical systems, it involves tearing out the old systems, which are based on cabinet heaters, and going to a forced air system. So you're in the walls, you're in the roof, the ceilings. It's a pretty extensive effort. what we found as we did this fourth floor is that the condition now that so much time has passed since this plan of doing incremental floors has gone is that we are further down the life cycle of the existing systems. And we're at a point where if we go to do another floor, we probably can't balance it with the next system. We have to basically replace the systems in the basement. And since we already have systems on the roof, it makes sense to just go ahead and try to speed up that progress to get everything up onto the new units and not rely upon what's essentially two different systems that we have to operate at the same time. That's why we're asking for not just the third floor. The intention would have been to come for the third floor. The fourth floor has been completed. Let's do the next one. But from the experts we talked to in designing and working on the fourth, it's been determined that we really need to try and do the rest of the floors together for the mechanical reasons. And then once you're in the walls and the ceilings, we might as well work to try and change out the layout. We were able to increase significantly the amount of office space in the fourth floor and to also design it so it can be used as a single floor for an agency or can be set up into quadrants where 4 different potential suites. We'd look to take some of those lessons and make the Hathaway building better designed for the future to be flexible. If we have agencies that grow or shrink, we can then move other agencies and we don't have to do a lot of renovations to divide out those spaces. That's the large picture of this proposal. There's also life safety components with it. It needs a new life safety system. We've also we're just about done. Got one elevator left on upgrading the elevators, which I think has been really beneficial to the building. That is not part of that project. We've already done through major maintenance for the elevators. I'm looking over towards Jake if he has any additional comments or points I haven't brought up. Oh, so I guess, sorry, one point I wanted to bring up. It's described here as a level 1 through 3. When we submitted it was based upon a level 3 design and construction. My thought is just personally, my thought is the level 1, level 2 was essentially accomplished when the state determined if we wanted to renovate the 5th floor and add air handler units and HVAC units that would power the entire building and go through the incremental moving down the building. So we know we need to renovate the building. We know the systems need replacement and we know that we want a building there. So that's kind of our thought on why we asked for just level 3 design and construction. So that's Jake.
Mr. Chairman, Jake Strickling, Construction Manager for the Wyoming Department of A&I. The one thing I would add is that, and Administrator Coleman did a great job describing the issues that we've dealt with the Hathaway. There's been a significant amount of investment prior to even the level or the 4th floor of the Hathaway remodel. There's been a significant investment in both the infrastructure coming into the Hathaway building from the Cup and from the Barrett buildings through the tunnels with the hot and cold water systems. And then the amount of money or investments that were made to the rooftop units. We have 4 independent rooftop units servicing the 5th and 4th floor, like you said, is brand new, well maintained, only running at about 20%. Just servicing the core and the 5th and the 4th floor. Now, we have new pipe and infrastructure running into the basement, servicing or feeding an old mechanical unit in the basement that services basement, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor right now. That's about to fail. So if we were to replace that, we could spend upwards of about $600,000 to $750,000. But why would we replace the old basement unit when we have the new units? We just can't feed them yet until the 3rd, to the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floor. That's the intention of what we're looking for. We're afraid that every time that one of those cabinet heaters fails, we flood the floor below it. We had that happen during the renovation of the 4th floor. We ended up flooding the 3rd floor when one of the cabinet heaters failed during demolition. So, and apparently that happens quite often. You just don't hear about it as much because our trades and our janitorial staff jump on it and take care of it right away. But with those cabinet heaters, we can't get parts. We can't get any replacements. They're like old radiators. I know when we demoed the 4th floor, we scavenged some parts just in case, because what we're doing right now is just Band-Aids. This would give us an opportunity just to check a building off the list. So it was built in 1970, designed in 1968. Great structure. What we found on the 4th floor renovation is all the plumbing and the mechanical was just not great. they did great concrete in the 70s, which was talked about quite often and used as an example during the working group. Everybody kind of jumped on that, but it's great concrete in the 70s, poor plumbing in the 70s. So
Madam Auditor.
One of the benefits of going floor by floor was, of course, the minimizing impact on agencies. So how would doing 3 floors at once impact? I mean, it's gonna. So talk to me about the plan for that.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the intention would be we want to minimize the impact on agencies as much as possible. If there are things we can phase as we go through the design on this and construction, we will try to do that to minimize it. But it is likely that because we may not be able to balance the system for the basement with the top floor, every time you add the load on one and the load off the other, you have to rebalance it. And we had a significant break happen with that, with a valve that exploded when we tried to do that, and we're sort of advised that doesn't work well. We may have to do more impact on the agencies. And unfortunately, I think it may be a timing issue with the inability to get parts and the extra age on that basement units. But our intention is working with the design would be to minimize as much as possible the agencies that have to move out, when they have to move out, and how long the impacts would be to them. But we have tried to account for some of those costs as part of this estimate.
And Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I'd like to say that this wasn't our intention at all. We did not. This isn't our first choice by doing it all at one time. But I think we've been backed into a corner to where we really don't have a choice but to do it all at one time, unfortunately. We do have the costs for temporary space, everything that we would need to potentially disrupt 3 floors of agencies factored into this appropriation ask. So we have taken that into account. But like I said, it wouldn't be our first choice, but I don't think we have any other choice at this point.
Thanks. One last question really relates to the upkeep of the existing older unit is probably very expensive, as you've mentioned. That would be sunk cost in the event of failure. The other place that I worry about sunk cost is if we delay, is there a potential for the newer system to be more difficult to be able to find parts for and all that sort of thing? So you'd end up basically having to sort of upgrade one system and leave the other one intact. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is do we end up bifurcating what the maintenance would be?
Mr. Chairman, I would say yes and no. I mean, the new system right now is very well taken care of. It's relatively brand new. And it's the way that they're designing systems is a lot different than the way they were designing systems, 25, 30, 45 years ago, where you had more proprietary systems, components in it. Everything on our controls and everything that runs it's all upgraded and has been continued to be maintained and upgraded.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's where with these new systems where you're seeing age out is either you're losing some bearings. We're replacing a lot of bearings right now in our rooftop units. You're replacing a lot of motors or compressors. The parts and the pieces are pretty easily accessible still, and that technology hasn't changed. The technology change that you're seeing is in the controls and the monitoring and the graphics, that all the digital boards and stuff like that. I mean, air handlers are really kind of easy. They're just big air movers, and then you have the controls that tell the VAVs to open, and you have the different temperature technology to tell it, this or that, or you have dehumidifiers, or you have humidifiers. So that's where you're getting into the technology advances. To your other point is, yes, old units are very expensive to maintain. What you see now are high efficiency units. They take less gas, they take less cold water, they take less electricity to run. So these more high efficiency units that we can get in, the better. that's our ultimate goal, right? Is to have everything brand new so we don't have to worry about it. But we spend so much time of our preventative maintenance and routine maintenance working on older units rather than trying to replace. And that's been the direction where we've been trying to go to is maximizing our major maintenance budgets to start checking these things off one at a time. And once you get it checked off the list, you get it checked off the list.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, which I don't believe we do, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Nichols.
Thank you. I'm curious what the total costs of all the remodels for all components involving the Hathaway are. If it's consistent with what the original forecast was, what we anticipate remaining costs will be, just so we have kind of an overall picture of whether or not it was a good idea to remodel the building and just to learn from the process, to educate us and future folks on taking 1970 buildings and rebuilding them from the ground up, basically.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nicholas, I do not know what those earlier forecasts were and what those totals were. I'm sure they didn't accommodate the inflation that we've experienced more recently. I would think those estimates would have taken place 15 years ago, probably. So I am not sure what those, what was conveyed to legislators or to this commission at that point. We could certainly do some more research on it.
Mr. Chairman, what would it take to just put that information together so we can review it?
Thank you, Representative. I think Administrator Coleman said that they can probably take a look at it. Be worth doing.
Thank you.
Mr. McCombie, Director McCombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are currently doing the FCA assessments on the building. And I believe we've got that one probably completed at this point in time. So when we get that data here in the next month or so, we'll have the ability to look at what is the state of those various components within the building. And as part of that, we get cost estimates with those. So again, we can tell you whether they're good, poor, fair, cost estimates, life cycle, expectancies. So that's something in the next month or so, we could probably try and ferret that one out separately and take a look at that and provide that maybe to the commission at the next meeting, or not the October, but the January meeting.
January, May.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Yes.
like to say we've been very excited about the FCA scores that we've gotten in preliminarily from Director McCombie's staff that he's got over there and the team he's got working on it. They're doing a great job. When we did look at this and we looked at what we've put into it, I've just roughly calculated an FCI score of 0.51 on the Hathaway building. So we're putting in less than half of what replacement cost should be for a building this size. Plus the fourth floor Hathaway that we just completed, we're wrapping that up and closing it out. We're going to be returning almost $1 million back. So we were under budget by almost $1 million on that project. So we feel very confident that we can get this done under budget and to save the state money.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. I think move on
Mr.
to
Chairman.
State Fair.
Next two items are for the Wyoming State Fair. I invite Director Courtney, she's rebranded, I think it's Brandt. And Brian Scranton also to assist her for the next two projects. The first one is new with completion of the level 1 and 2. This is level 3 design and construction of $11.6 million for the State Fair Arena, level 3 design and construction. And the second project is Wyoming State Fair I have a copy and paste error. I'm so sorry. Dairy Barn renovation is the first one. Silver Arena is the second.
Hey, Director, good to see you. Congratulations on another successful state fair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and commission members. We're excited to be here with you today, and thank you very much for your time. The first project that we'll be discussing today is a major renovation of the Dairy Barn. It is a building that has been on the fairgrounds for well over 100 years. It is about 34,000 square feet, and it's currently in 3 components, each of which is completely independent of one another. A little history on this building. It was crashed into in 1927 by a plane, which resulted in its last major renovation, which was completed in 1940. And so it's had a really good run. I know we've talked a little bit about buildings from the 70s today. This building has been around for quite a while and still has pretty good bones. And thanks to the state construction department and the state fair board leadership, we've been able to do some improvements on the building over the past few years. So it is able to be utilized, but it is certainly time for it to get some TLC.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Ryan Scranton, project manager with the state construction department. And I think just to add to what Ms. Hines provided is looking at the Dairy Barn, hate to lose facilities and square footage when the replacement of those is exponential. And so what I stress to Ms. Hines is taking care of what we have and renovating what we have versus coming to ask for new. And as you visit the state fair and look at some of the facilities, they're old, they're tired. And I think it's hard to sometimes justify a large ask for a new building. Aside from the historic value and aesthetic value of the Dairy Barn, it's a good building. It's an uninsulated CMU block building with a metal roof. There's potential there to better utilize the facility where it can be used year round with an insulated roof, insulated walls, not new, but additional mechanical equipment. There's no heating or HVAC there. There's one bathroom. So we don't meet code for bathrooms there at all. But with this renovation, the intent would be to make the facility something that could be used year round in a space that's comfortable.
Okay. Questions, Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so am I correct in assuming that this is higher priority than the Silver Arena for the agency?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, the Fair Board did rank these projects, Silver Arena, Dormitory, and Dairy Barn, 1, 2, 3. However, that's more about timelines and where we're at in the different processes. We do now have a level 1, level 2 feasibility study for the Dairy Barn completed as well. And so I think that all 3 of these are huge priorities. And I think that speaking on behalf of the board, they would be incredibly thankful for anything that the State Building Commission, the governor's office, and ultimately the legislative body would be willing to do for the state fair.
Thanks. Other questions? Other questions? All right, thank you. I suppose move on to the Silver Arena if you want to discuss that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is once again us bringing back the Silver Arena once again for consideration. This is the 3rd season that we've brought this before the State Building Commission. The project has not changed much in terms of scope or size. However, we have seen inflationary expenses affiliated with the ask for this season. And so with that, we would stand for any questions regarding the project, or if there's anything that Mr. Scranton would like to add about the Silver Arena.
Commission, I don't have any additional comments.
So just a quick question, Director or Ryan, it looks like about a third more cost. And what would that, to what project would that mostly go?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, the large increase on the Silver Arena is
Okay.
where that would go. Yeah, largely due to the inflation costs that we've seen, and also verifying those with construction costs and square foot costs that we're seeing. So
Okay,
that's where that increase came from.
all right, thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Thank you, Representative.
So I'm curious, the Appropriations Committee last year toured the facilities, went through the budgets on both the Dairy Barn and the Silver Arena. At that time, we had discussions with regards to the city and county doing some type of matching funding for this through a spec tax or something, so that, and I believe that, and we, in at least in one fashion or another, we kind of required that on a potential funding in one of our prior budgets. I'm just curious if there's any more discussion on that, and the willingness of the county and city to come up with matching funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. There have been some additional conversations. I think that there is some appetite from the city and the county to participate and show their support of this project. While I cannot speak for them, I believe that the appetite would be best served if it were potentially included in the governor's budget as a match opportunity. I think to chum the water a little bit would get their interest peaked. They have a huge vested interest in the future of the Silver Arena and the state fairgrounds from a tourism driving standpoint as well as an economic standpoint, and then just community vitality as well. So I think that if that were the appetite of the State Building Commission and or the governor, there would certainly be interest. I just can't gauge to what extent.
Any follow-up from that, Representative?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
And this may be for state construction. I'm struggling a little bit with, we all know inflation has been atrocious. But I'm looking back at the master plan, and the dairy barn at that time was estimated to be 7 million, and that's gone to 11, which kind of aligns with what, it's a lot, but it sort of aligns. But at that point, the Silver Arena was at 8 million and it's gone to 37. So my question is, why is there seems to be such a disparate impact on the Silver Arena for inflation? Or is there something, has the project changed, or why is that one so different when the other projects are higher, but kind of on a expected trajectory?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, again, probably two reasons for that. After last year, as we're revisiting the CapCon narrative, there was an addition in the Silver Arena with a concrete floor where the level 1 and 2 did not represent that. And then the aligning with the square foot costs for construction. So that's where, and that is why those costs increased the way they did.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, if I might add a couple of things to that as well. I believe that when the 2020 master plan was rolled out, with the consultants that the State Fair was working with at that time, you'll even see the vernacular used of enclosing the Silver Arena. And I think at that point, it was a fairly new board, very new general manager, and so still some lack of comprehension about the difference between major maintenance versus capital construction at that time too, and the processes. So I think that there was, at that point, a pathway was viewed as potentially being able to fund an $8 million project through major maintenance, which now we all know wouldn't have been a possibility regardless. And then to touch on the concrete flooring side, this will probably not be the last time that you hear me talk about concreting floors in the next couple of years from an animal biosecurity standpoint. So that way, if we ever have something critical happen on our infrastructure, we are truly able to sanitize, contain the situation, and then be able to open back up for additional livestock equestrian events. And so it comes back down to a sanitization standpoint too. So if we have a complete dirt floor arena, there's a little bit less that we can do in terms of mitigating potential animal hazards when it comes to health and biosecurity.
Director, one other question, and I'm mindful of the fact that Torrington really had a long discussion about how they would be able to keep the National Circuit final steer roping, and it required being indoors. And it it's sort of a sad sign of the times, I think, that more and more of these rodeo events are having to go indoors. Can you just speak to that just a little bit?
Certainly. One of the elements that we looked at, Mr. Chairman, as we worked on the level 1, level 2 feasibility study for the Silver Arena was what were the criteria for putting in competitive bids for some of the events that we would love to bring either to the state of Wyoming or to the Wyoming State Fairgrounds specifically. And so there's a lot of events right now that require fully indoor complete competition arenas, and then also the connectivity to their warm-up arenas as well. And so that's also part of the initiative to create sort of this multiplex where we're tying into the existing Pepsi Equine Center that's on the state fairgrounds. So that way we can position the Wyoming State Fair to be as competitive in putting in bids to bring new business to the state fairgrounds and ultimately to the state of Wyoming based on the current market demands that are out there for these types of events.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, thanks. Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman, that completes a run through of all of the previously approved and new capital construction requests. The pleasure of the board, how we would proceed.
So, Madam Secretary, and since we've gone through it all, I'll just ask members of the committee, I want to take just a moment to digest this, maybe take a bit of a break. Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? It is now 11:04. Okay. So shall we be back here at, that'll be 15 minutes at 11:20. Does that sound all right? Thank you. Very good. So, not to ruin conversations, but we can start to head back. Right, very good. Madam Secretary, I think we've completed a review. I'm going to turn it back over to the superintendent because I wanted to catch her off guard. No, because I think the superintendent worked a lot of this process, and I'm sure there's going to be discussion. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it would be good for us to just discuss priority order and moving some of these. I personally, and maybe I'll kick off of just on the Hathaway building. I think Representative Nicholas's comments were very well received. This one I've found myself struggling quite a lot with, whether to even have on the list for this go around. And so, maybe we could start by opening, I guess I would suggest opening that up for discussion, but I'm, either removing from the list or moving below the dairy barn is kind of where I've been looking at that. So maybe I'll just start with that discussion.
so you want to start with the Hathaway, is what you're saying, okay? Members of the commission, generally speaking, what are your thoughts on the Hathaway?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be open to, I would like to remove the Hathaway, and I think that was one of my big two positions. And then the other one is I'd like to move up the Veterans Home. I just think it's an important project, and I think SBC contingency, in terms of, if this is truly a prioritization, I think there's some stuff above it that we could move behind. So those are my big two things. I think those are my big two things.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Honor.
maybe just a question on how best to proceed. If we as a body chose to not recommend something, is it better are we able to just not act on it as opposed to a motion to not recommend it? Or maybe what is preferable to the record? That might be a question for the superintendent as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I think we just started to discover, that what's in statute and or rule, that technically it is the director and the secretary's suggestion that goes to the governor with input from the board. I think I'm still a little unclear of exactly that too, because I think what's worked in the past is it has been directly voted on by this board and then presented to the governor. But it seems that what's been identified now is maybe that is not the way. And so I guess I would ask the secretary to opine on that a little bit.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just want you to know, last year there was a little bit of confusion at the end. I really stuck with what the commission had recommended, but anyway, you please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent Degenfelder, so when we submit our budget request book at the end of August, it comes with the enterprise priority that is recommended by the state construction department, because sometimes our meetings fit, sometimes they don't, sometimes we follow up in October and so on. So we will try to adjust if we can. We understand things from facility perspectives, but there's no one else, maybe JAC, but no one else in the state that has the statewide perspective of all of you and your commission. So that input is absolutely welcome. It's just not in rulers or statute that it has to happen, that you have to prioritize. I do think it is a good practice, but the CMD prioritization comes first in the process, not in priority wise.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
I might ask you then in that sense too. I like the idea that the board continues to have an official on the record, vote of our prioritization. and what it does and doesn't include, so that then, you know, we are pushed to make difficult decisions that then come to you. And so, but I would ask that, you know, what your thoughts are on that, or where you see.
No, I think that's exactly where I was. And the reason why we broke out into the various subcommittees was because we wanted a way for the legislative liaisons to be able to play a meaningful role in those discussions, because ultimately they are the ones that do that. So with that in mind, not wanting to put Representative Angelos on the spot, but just your sense of how you would receive recommendations.
Am I on? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I mean, as always, we're going to take governor's recommendations as a top priority. I think looking at this, it's like Groundhog's Day. We saw a lot of these, the same thing last year. A lot of them were approved. So those are things, there's a couple new things, but a lot of them are the same. Some of the discussions we had that Representative Nichols had on the floor was maybe some matching funds from, you know, a county from Douglas County, or from, I should say, for the State Fair and the Silver Arena. Those were similar conversations that we had on the floor. So I'm just going to say we've seen a lot of these. The Appropriations Committee had already approved most of these. Specifically, the Veterans Home was a top priority for us. So I think you're going to see that kind of go into the same thing this year. So thank you.
Well, very good. You know, the recommendations that I will make will be informed by what we do here, as they were last year. You know, I think without the benefit of the Craig update, and I think it becomes particularly helpful. And the reason I think, Representative, that I asked you to some degree is in the process of making the reductions that are necessary to balance the budget, trying to figure out how best to do that across the state is really the hope here. And I'm confident you'll convey the deliberation that we've done here. So with that, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so we're not just voting to vote, I mean, the one thing I would ask is that certainly run it by the AG rep if you think that's necessary, but I don't think there's anything wrong with sending, if we diverge from either the governor or whatever the other recommendations you to the governor, I don't think there's anything wrong with just sending what the board did and marking it that way. And even if it doesn't diverge, sending it as a separate document. And I just don't think there's any statutory problem with that. So I would ask that happens if it hasn't been.
And Mr. Secretary, I think that was all made clear last year in the materials that were put forward. They were all on the same document. Representative, one last question, just sort of pro forma, trying to understand the best way to the superintendent's question about if we take a vote not to move it forward, does that then say we don't want it at all? Or is it better just to be silent on the issue? I'm sort of inclined to be silent. These did not get the prioritization recommendation. Doesn't mean they're not valuable. It just means that they didn't get that recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that would be wise to do. I mean, you are dealing with a bunch of politicians. I hate to put it that way. Somebody's going to bring forward what they think is important, and we'll probably see some of these things even come through personally on the floor that are important to people in their communities. But I think that would be, we'll take a look at that for sure.
Yeah, and I think in the spirit of being, as we have always been, a very conservative state, being mindful of not, I mean, I think it's good to have this process sort of generally discussed. There are things, the state shooting complex, for instance, where the appropriations came through abundantly last year without any real, other than just the legislature. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but it was an interesting choice of priorities on the part of the legislature.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
So just a follow-up question for, I think, our legislators. what I struggle with, if we are just putting these in order to provide to you, or if we should be removing items from the list. I mean, as we're talking about Hathaway, if we're just knocking that to the bottom, so that it's still considered by the legislature, I think that's what I'm curious about.
Madam, Mr. Chairman, through you, I think if there's things and we are looking at, budgets, take them off. I mean, if that's something that you think we're going to see priorities that we are going to push, and we know we're coming into, we don't know what our budget's going to look like until the crate comes out, I would recommend just taking them off is what I would do.
So, Madam Superintendent, I think maybe one of the ways that a person could do this, because they are on a list now, that list exists. And it might just be wise to just rank the ones that we want to advance. And the others can just be a subcategory that is there. Does that make sense? And if there's one that we want to vote down, we can indicate that too, if that makes sense to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, in that sense, I suppose, I mean, could then, would you want me to move a consent of those that we're going to look to approve, but reorder and then go work off of that list?
That sounds fine to me. What's the pleasure of the remainder of the board? The Madam Auditor.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we're getting somewhere good. I'm almost wondering if we just order the list and the way we want. And I think everyone knows, including the legislature, that if you're in the bottom 3 to 5, you weren't a priority, because I feel like one thing we've done in this process before is vote every single project up or down, which doesn't feel maybe like a useful tool to you, because I think that we could all agree none of these are bad projects and none of them are unnecessary. But I think all of our votes would change a lot if we knew we had $500 million or 50 million to go to this. And so it's really hard to guess, to know what kind of filter. So in my sense, I almost think just if we can come to a vote on the order and then advance the whole.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, Auditor. I think maybe that's what the consent list looks like, is if the superintendent wants to put it forward, if somebody wants to pull one off, they can, and if somebody wants to add one, we can talk about that separately. Does that make sense?
How do you move stuff up if you're going to have consent lists?
We would have a consent list of the projects that we would put on that list. Then we would have discussion so people could take items off that list. Then if somebody wanted to add something to the list, we could either do that afterwards or we could do that during that process. But the intent would be to dispense with several of the conversations on the particular pieces. Unless
Another option would be to just move the list and then take motions to take stuff off or move it up. I think that might be a way to do it as well.
a person could do that too, but anyway, I'm okay. Superintendent, I think you've put some effort into this, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the following list for consideration and then we can move ordering. I would recommend 1 through 13.
On which?
Sorry.
On the enterprise prioritization?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
1 through 13 and 15.
Okay.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Now, does anybody want to remove something from the list?
I have a staff question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
On the dollars figured in major maintenance, does that include all of the dollars in the Hathaway building, which was discussed about having to put in a 637,000 new boiler or something like that? I mean, all of the funds that are going to be needed in major maintenance to keep Hathaway functional, is it contained in the major maintenance figure?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, as the agency stated during their testimony, if they had had their preference, they would have been able to make a capital renewal request, which is essentially a very, very large major maintenance project. And it would then also offset some of those dollars that come out of the biennial calculation. That you look like that didn't make sense.
Well, I just want to make sure that it can still function if they don't do the toll remodel.
Their
Yes.
testimony stated that they're having a harder and harder time because the cabinet heaters are failing and parts are not available. But they're doing their best, as every agency always does when there's not enough funding. They do have major maintenance funding available to help with that, though it is planned for many other uses. Capital renewal is a large major maintenance project essentially itself. However, the definition changed on July 1st to be only projects that are external to a building.
External to a building?
Yes, like sewers and water distribution systems and.
That's the major maintenance?
No, not major maintenance, capital renewal.
Capital renewal.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and then just for the record, the list as I understand it, major maintenance, SBC contingency, level 1 and 2 master planning studies, Army National Guard statewide modernization in Guernsey, Veterans Home of Wyoming, Department of Corrections, heating, ventilation, air conditioning equipment replacement in the Rollins facility, emergency vehicle operations driving complex in Douglas, Wyoming Community College Commission, Laramie Community College exterior renewal phase, Wyoming Community College, Laramie County College exterior at the Crossroads building, one and the other one's Science Building. Wyoming Community College Commission, Laramie Community College exterior renewal phase for the community center building. Sheridan College, level 3 in design for the science building and the other building, whatever that is, right? And then the Attorney General Law Enforcement Academy Firearms Range. Enterprise-wide security access control system upgrade. Okay.
Which one was that?
That would be number 13. It's on the last page, top at the line, top list. And then 15, Department of Agriculture, Wyoming State Fair Dairy Barn renovation. So if you're following the list, that would be 1 through 12 and 15. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'd like to move the 87 million up to number 2 priority and renumber. The reason for that is I think it's something we all can support, but cash flow circumstances, I think by the time the federal government gets around to funding that, all we're going to do is just identify that the money's available and it's just going to be sitting there. So it probably won't be spent. So I think that's another reason to just go ahead and tie that up.
So, Mr. Treasurer, you're proposing moves the Veterans Home up to priority number 2?
Yeah,
Is that
and
correct?
remember, yeah.
Okay, we'll take that in consideration. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, so perhaps we should move the list first and then go to the
Yeah,
ordering.
that's what I was doing. I just wanted to be aware of where that was. Okay.
Not really, Mr. Chairman. So I've made the motion to provide the list moving forward. So if there's a second, I think that's the next.
Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the treasurer. So we have a consent list. It consists of items 1 through 12 on the enterprise prioritization list and 15. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. And now we can talk about reorder. Mr. Secretary.
Well, I think I was gonna do the same thing he was gonna do. I'd like to move the 87 million to 2. Really, I'd even like to put it above major maintenance, but in a way, I guess that's just an expenditure that has to happen, but that was my proposal. Maybe the treasurer can weigh in on where he was thinking on. I think it's above SBC contingency. I really do. And I think.
I think that's fine. Let's just get it done.
All right, let's, Mr. Chairman, like to I move that we move the Veterans Home in Wyoming up 3 spots above SBC contingency.
Very good. Renumbered. That's been moved. Is there a second?
3 spots, you're not moving it to number 2?
I'm sorry?
That's what I said, move it up 3 spots. So that would move it to number 2.
Yeah, in other words, it's the second priority, so that's what we're looking for a second on.
Okay, second then.
It's been seconded, all right?
Fine.
Very
Okay.
good. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is probably for staff or maybe A&I on, you've got, I'm wondering how long that Hathaway thing, that construction would be actually take place. Is it going to all take place in 1 year? The level 1 and 2 studies, how much that would cost if we do the level 1 and 2 on that, or how far are we in that? I don't want to just cut it all out. I want to see if we can get some movement on some of these things in the same way with the security and access control system upgrade, because you're trying to do it all at once, and it looks like I think that we should move forward, but I don't see the appetite here to actually, move to the finish line.
Sure,
I'd
Mr.
rather move to the finish line, but that's not going to happen today. I think.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I think that when you look at the Hathaway building, it's our look that level 1, level 2 has already been done. So it's in the capital and it's in the construction phase. That's kind of why I came up, because we were talking about capital renewal for Hathaway, and we did not argue that. We argued capital renewal for the security piece.
Okay.
So level 1, level 2 is we've already done that. We know we need to do the building. We know what it needs. We're just now on 3rd floor. And as looking at 3rd floor, if I have my information correct, and I can be corrected, that's when they decided that we need to do it quicker, sooner rather than later, for all of the floors in order for the systems to work properly. So I think we could look back and do the 3rd floor, and we can reevaluate that if this body decides to take it off the list. And in that we say is a level 3. That's kind of where we are. So we already know 1 and 2 has been done. So the capital renewal, however, which is external, which is correct, that is the security piece. That's not Hathaway.
Okay.
And then on that piece, I believe Director Coleman, Administrator Coleman explained that we would do it building by building. It's 11 million for the entire project, but we can do it building by building, and that's what we would like to be able to do if we go out for an RFP and that works that way for whoever gets that bid.
You'd be able to do that with major maintenance then?
No.
No, you got to do it with the other
Right.
funding mechanism.
Right. And with Hathaway, whether we can do it with major maintenance, it depends on what goes wrong. So we may or may not be able to do that with major maintenance.
Yeah. I guess this is for staff. If we put more money in the contingency fund, can that money be used for these circumstances here?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, yes, it can be used for any project that the commission deems appropriate.
Let me, I appreciate that, but I think these are not slush funds. And,
No.
and they're not places to hide expenditures. So I want to be thoughtful about how we approach that.
Chairman, I need to correct myself too. We can do major maintenance with the security. I apologize.
No,
Not for Hathaway.
not for Hathaway.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry about that. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's why they're here.
Well, I guess you got a path forward. That's what I wanted to find out. So, thank you.
Mr. McComey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Changing subject just a little bit, but from the conversation I heard a little bit earlier, the treasurer indicated moving this up to number 2, and the 87 million, and that would be held until such time that the funds were available from the federal government.
That's how we did the last one up there.
Yeah, that would not be the case. What this does is that gives us with the
We're
current
front-loading
funding
it.
we have, if we get the 87, we will move forward now and build that project. And then the funding will come at such time that we finally get far enough down the list. The real crux here is the longer we wait, inflation's killing us.
Right.
And so if we build it now we have no more inflation that the state is responsible for, and then the federal government makes their payment to us later. So we would move that project forward next year.
That's, Mr. Chairman, that's, I guess, a different process than the last one, because the last one we waited because we figured if we built it, the federal government would come back with a big goose egg.
And Mr. Treasurer, I think in this particular, if I remember the discussion correctly, last year, if we don't make progress on this, we get dropped off the list anyway. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McComey.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we get dropped off the list. The problem is they keep
Move
moving
down.
projects in front of us.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we're not really making any headway on the
Right,
list.
we'll
even
go
though
back
we've
to
been
the
on
bottom
there.
is essentially what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
And so, again, I think first there's the need for the veterans home.
Yeah.
Foremost, immediately, but then the second thing is by getting this funding, we will commence the project in the near future, which will then eliminate future $10 million a year inflation increases to the project.
And I would be mindful,
Due diligence.
Mr. Scranton, maybe you can, or Mr. McComey, you can tell me, but you know, at this point, federal funding, always a question. So is this important enough for us to do?
Yeah.
As I think the issue.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Just a different metric on due diligence. The Fed's changed the rules again.
Quick question. I understand the Secretary's wish to remove the enterprise-wide security and access control system upgrade item. I didn't give anybody a chance to really address that. I am concerned about the age of that system and its potential failure to the degree that this is why I don't like sort of just broad brush projects. I mean, major maintenance can come in when you have something fail catastrophically. And unfortunately, I think when we don't do maintenance on things, that's what happens. I just didn't know if this commission felt copacetic with that notion. Yeah, I'm actually auguring for somebody to say, let's talk about it separately. And if nobody wants to, then it dies.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it's going to be hard to, actually get that done probably in a timely manner if you take it all away, I think that's going to start cutting into making decisions in other places that you need the major maintenance, but those are priorities. So I guess I'd be willing to make a motion to, put 6 million in there to help with to help move that project along a little faster, but I don't know if anybody will support that or not.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so just so I understand where we're at, we have cleared the consent list without 13 in it. And so now I guess we're taking motions from the floor for the final three, correct? Or unless have we cleared ordering or are we still on the consent?
I mean, if somebody wants to move the order, we sure can. We're on the consent list in the order of it. I'm simply suggesting that one reconsider this to the consent list, and if not, then that's fine. Then we can move the consent list, and I mean, if the consent list's been moved, we can approve it, and then we can move it, and then we can go on from there. So-
Yeah, I think that's the path is to after the consent list moves, then we can debate the last three projects individually and what we want to do with, because we've cleared all except three with the consent list. So I think.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather work these and then, because there's an emotion I'd like to have, and I don't know whether it'd be in order if we already passed the consent list and cleared it. And that is to say that the governor and legislature shall, to the extent possible, seek matching funds from, when appropriate. And so, you know, if you move it and take it off the table, then I got to bring it back on the table and make that motion. So I don't want to take it off the table and have a final disposition on the consent list.
Right, right.
So that's just parliamentary, process.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I'm just trying to make sense of this. There was, a desire to remove this from the consent list. I didn't give anybody a chance to talk about it. You've made a comment on it. The secretary's recommended that we move forward with the consent list, and then we talk about the last three. I think
We do need to get the consent list moved and on the table. So we
the
actually
consent list is moved, and it, just for clarification, at this point, it is state major maintenance, the veterans home, SBC contingencies, level 1 and 2 master planning studies, Army National Guard statewide modernization, state penitentiary ventilation, the emergency vehicle operating driving complex, Community College Commission, Laramie College, 3 projects, Science Center, Crossroads, and College and Community Center building, Sheridan with the science building renovation and expansion, our Attorney General's firearm range, and the Wyoming State Fair Dairy Barn renovation. Those are the items on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the consent list.
It's been moved. And so is there a second? It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Those are all there. Now we have 3 remaining items. Enterprise-wide security. Mr. Treasurer, I think you were recommending the possibility of a $6 million.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I'd move it, see if I got a second.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
I'd second that with maybe also the I guess we need to place it, and I would say put it at the end of the rest.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
Yep.
Just so you know where my mind is, I think all of these are at the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So if that's the case, it's been seconded. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, so just to be clear, we're talking about priority 13, right? I guess he wants to fund it at 50% or somewhere a little over 50, about 50%. But I'm going to vote no on this. I just think that the major maintenance, that's why it's there. And for things like this, I'm not saying that, I don't have the whole panoply of major maintenance in the Capitol complex, but I think it fits into that box. And when we start doing these add-ons, then what's the major maintenance for? And so I just, I don't know. I also think the security system is, I need a little more meat on getting there to think that we need this. It seems like, we have doors locking and we have a pretty good system. I think there are some real-time things that they're looking at, but I need a little more on there to get to yes on it. So I'm going to be voting no, but certainly appreciate the conversation. And I just think at the end of the day, it's going to get rolled into major maintenance too. I really believe that.
All right, Director Bach.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say, we can do a lot with major maintenance, but our allocation each year is 12 million. So that's the entirety of that security. So I just want to make sure that you understand what we're dealing with. We could probably figure out a way to do part of it, building, maybe one building a year. I will tell you that, I know the priority list and I get that. I'm not saying this needs to be a higher priority. I'm saying that we are kind of over a barrel right now with our security system. We don't have a lot of negotiating power. It's a proprietary system. We pretty much have to try to negotiate a lower rate, but they can come back with us and we could end up in a pretty sticky situation pretty quickly if they decide that they're not going to work on the system any longer. And then we'll be back here in the emergency, like you discussed. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that. And I will do whatever this body says.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Or thank you, Mr. Chairman. These systems, in almost every hotel in America, right? And obviously I'm not saying that that's the appropriate level for this. I'm not a master in this space, but I mean, we're using them constantly, these key card systems. So do you want to talk a little bit? I mean, at the level we're doing for a government building, how many players are there in the market? I mean, is it 100? Is it 10? Is it 50? I mean, obviously in the hotel space, I'm sure it's a lot, but I imagine they're in a little bit of a different competitive space. Maybe some of them are in government buildings. I'm just, the differences in the allocate, what exactly we're trying to achieve with this. If you could talk a little bit about that, because, we can't get held hostage by this stuff. I mean, that's, I know you know that.
Right. And that's, I'm sorry, Governor, Secretary Gray, that's what we're trying to do is get out of the proprietary software, basically. So we have the Thyra Thompson, we have a couple other buildings around town that are on a different, newer system. We can change that out and get rid of the provider we have for these buildings and get a new one, and they can use the same hardware that we have. We can't do that right now with the majority of what we have for the state buildings, the card key access you use. So what we're trying to do is get away from that proprietary. And this was back, who knows how long ago. I was not here when they started the system. Back then, there probably wasn't a Wyoming company that was doing it. Now we do have Wyoming companies doing it in our buildings around town. So we've seen how they work. You can have an app on your phone. You can, instead of having an actual card, there's all different kinds of, how the technology just moves by leaps and bounds every year. So that's kind of where we are. And we're trying to get away from that contract that we have right now. They may have, our current provider might have new systems that they may, when we go out for RFP, they may bid on as well. But what we have right now, there's really not a lot that we can do.
Okay. And I do have one follow-up. I mean, I've been hearing it's been said that I think a decade we've been on this, or it's not since the renovation. I mean, so what happened during the period when we were out of here? I mean, was it still a key card activated building as a construction zone that was done separately from the contractor? I mean, I've been very confused about this because everyone has been saying it's longer than 6 years since we moved back in here. So what was done during the renovation? Was it a pre-existing contract that we rolled into when we moved back, when the state government moved back in?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, what we do is we pay for a service agreement that gives us a license for all the key cards that we have, and it's somewhat based upon what the technology is, as far as what the base software is, as well as how many readers. Where there's also control units that are in each building that has card readers to run the individual readers. So while the Capitol and the Herscher were under renovation, we were still using that card system in every other building. So that did not lapse. It was just an ongoing one. And then when the renovation occurred, they installed things that were consistent with that existing system. What we're talking about as far as upgrading a system here, for example, when we looked at the Thyra Thompson, we looked at could we use the existing key badges that we use, the technology that and the key badges that are issued to state employees, the state IDs, and found that they do not meet modern encryption. So what we end up with up at the Thyra Thompson, if you guys have ever seen a key badge from there, is it's essentially a flattened out fob that looks like a card, but there's no swipe on the back, and it's designed to handle better encryption to meet more modern requirements, where it's harder to artificially duplicate those or to make a fraudulent card that can get you into a building. And what we would be looking at with this system is investing in new control boards to go in every building as we do them, but also reissuing out new IDs to every person that would be affected by those. So while there would be, during this project, we're looking at some amount of redundancy of having to maintain a subscription, which is continuing to get more expensive, even though the technology is older, as well as whatever the new system is. And under our current setup, we are paying separately for Thyra Thompson, the DEQ building, and our provider for the rest of the Capitol complex. If that helps, just give a little bit more context on what this conversion is looking like. And then we'd also would be replacing out the card readers themselves on every door that would be affected. And there are ways with in-state vendors, and even the current vendor we have has some non-proprietary technologies. The one we have is not, but they do offer some out there where the card key vendor that we buy the cards from is different than the software provider, is different than the control board, is different than the card reader. And those can be swapped out. As for instance, if we had a company went bankrupt, could we still be able to use and go buy replacement parts from someone else? And it's a lot more available out there with modern systems.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, also, I'd like to answer Mr. Secretary's other question is, yes, there's actually a lot of Wyoming vendors that are out there that can supply this technology and these security systems. I mean, we have community colleges, we have the DOC, we have, like you said, Thyra Thompson. They're all doing, the DOC and the community colleges are doing their own upgrades to these other open platform, non-proprietary systems. We can't. Right now, the system we're on, we cannot go outside of, we're locked in. We can't bid it for competitive numbers, where if, say, a community college is on an open platform, non-proprietary system, they could bid it to 5 or 6 different Wyoming vendors. I know a couple in Casper and Sheridan, wherever. In Cheyenne, we have them here in Cheyenne. We can't do that with the system we have. We are married to the provider right now based on the old technology. And from what we're hearing, they're telling us it can't be upgraded.
All right, further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Director.
It doesn't sound like you're getting something that I was hoping you'd get, and that's some HD cameras, because I know we had a circumstance where when we were over in 2020, I wish we would have had HD cameras, so I don't know when you're going to get that. That's off the topic, but we'll have a discussion about that. So you actually know who's in the building, and it's, I guess, at law enforcement grade as far as resolution. So thank you.
Director Bach.
Governor, Treasurer Meyer, we can replace cameras 1 for 1. So that is a possibility.
All right. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you. And now we have 2 more items on the list. I'm just going to ask if people want to discuss them. We have the Hathaway building renovation continuation basement and 3rd floor. You heard the discussion about the heating systems and balance and so on. Is there anybody that wants to discuss that item? Anybody?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess it's, those things are at the bottom of the list. I would hope that if we, have a raise in natural gas prices by $1, we put them back on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's understood. I'm hoping Representative, you appreciate the process we've gone through here. And the last is the Silver Arena.
Can I make, I guess I'll try to make a blanket motion that just says that is Silverina all the way off now?
I think the process here
Yeah,
is that we have a priority list. These other items can be at the bottom of it, but they won't have a recommendation.
Okay.
So they're still on the list, but they are the lowest priority.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd move it back on a 50-50 match.
Okay. There's been a motion to move it back on a 50-50 match.
Mr. Chairman, who's the match with? Just anybody? Okay. Sure, I'll second it.
So, okay, and just for clarity, the recommendation was for 37,729, 410. Are you cutting that in half, or are you saying that the match would be coming up with 37,729, 410?
I'm saying we'd come up with half and
Okay.
whomever that wants to donate to the state fair or provide community funding or from wherever that we'll match all that stuff dollar for dollar.
All right. So I think that the answer is half of that.
Yeah, half of it.
So
Yeah, just half of it.
We'll get
Yeah,
that.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that.
How about a nice round number rather than half? Say that we'll come up with 20 million and we expect the rest from other sources.
Well, it's not.
No, it's not.
14.
You want
No,
to do?
never mind.
You want to do it right in the middle?
I'd rather do it right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
18,864,705.
Okay, that's the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And I would think that they'd be able to, get started on some of this stuff and hopefully the county will
Okay.
jump in there. Or whomever.
Everyone recognize what that is? The appropriation of 18,864,705 to be available upon a match. And that is then put forward. That's what's before us. Is that fair? All right. Any discussion? Been moved. I believe you seconded it. The secretary seconded it. So if that's the case, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. And it sits at the bottom of the list. So, okay. Very good. Madam Commissioner Secretary, have we got anything
Mr. Chairman,
left on that particular matter?
I think that concludes item 4.
Okay.
Item 5 was originally going to be discussion of the capital curation policy, and we will talk about that in October. Item 6 is secretary comments and permits. I just wanted to give a high-level background about, general information that you probably already know. The Wyoming legislature meets annually, alternating between 40-day general session and shorter budget sessions. The structure supports long-range fiscal planning, but it creates critical constraints for the timely and cost-effective delivery of capital construction projects, particularly in Wyoming's unique environment with its limited construction window, remote geography, and constrained labor market. And with that, we provided some additional information here for you to review, and then Dell would like to make some commentary.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'll keep this somewhat short, but construction is kind of a year-round process. And when we look at our level 1, level 2, so we go through our studies and then we start our design process, it gets a little clunky if we're not asking on an annual basis for construction funding. Timing of that can really make or break the number of bids on a project, and in some cases, the actual amounts. And it doesn't necessarily follow the legislative process. What we find is the best time to be bidding projects is actually in the December, January, February timeframe. And so when you go through the legislative process, the project dollars are available July 1st. A lot of the contractors in Wyoming, we have 2 seasons. We have construction season and we have winter. And so they're already out the door. They're working on those projects. And so they're filling up. And so therefore you don't have as competitive of a bid. They've got their work process going through. And so it can drive up the costs if you don't have a matter of timing there. Mentioned the short construction season. For construction in buildings, it's important to really lay that foundation early, as I mentioned, in January, February, so the contractor can be breaking ground the minute frost is coming out, get started, and get the building enclosed. If you don't, you can literally, on some of these larger projects, add $1 million just in heating costs and tinning costs and things like that to a project, simply because of the timing on when you're going to let a project. I think it was mentioned earlier, and I think you're probably aware of this under statutes 2115, 119, and 2118 to 25, that on the school side and on the community college projects, we, the department, are required to come before the commission and the School Facilities Commission, the Select Committee, with an annual budget. On the state side, there's nothing saying that we are required to come with an annual budget, but we quite often get the inquire from the legislature in the supplemental years as to why are you asking for this capital construction rather than in the budget year. And as I mentioned kind of in my preamble to this, is that it's really a year-round process to make these things flow. We actually had a project when I was working at YDOT where we'd gone out and designed a project, and then there was some timing in getting that project out the door due to funding. And when we got it out the door, we had to go back and redesign it because, and it costs significant. It isn't just a little bit when you got to go back and redesign because, for example, what we found is we wanted some floor hoists, and it was item number 16047 in that particular requirement in the bid package. And in the time delay for getting that out on the street, the company had changed that to 1606 something. So it was a different number. We wouldn't even have got what we wanted to get for the building. So again, timing is everything, and continuity of flow on these projects. And so I just wanted to make that really I think a high point in why you see us carry these projects every year through this commission. The other thing, and it was mentioned, I think, in one of the A&I projects, if you, there's timing issues, and I've seen this on a number of projects where we're waiting even in the design process and then the construction process to start. You typically have to keep the old building going, particularly on the school side. And so things then break. And so now you're using valuable major maintenance dollars that for something that might cost literally $1 million if it's an HVA system to replace, and you're only going to get 2 or 3 years life out of it instead of your 20 years or your 30 years. And so again, I think continuity, and that's what I hope the strategic plan will help bring to this process, is that we can forecast better. We can make these determinations for you as to what it's going to look like in out years coming forward. And I think that's going to be very important in the future as we try to maximize our state dollars, where we can look at things that may be coming up in buildings and make the decision, is it more cost effective just to replace a building or do those major maintenance repairs in a timely manner. So with that, Mr. Chairman, again, we've kind of got the list here of what it brings to the table to keep this year-round process rather than breaking it apart in supplemental years. So,
Mr. Treasurer,
This is a biennial budget, so that shouldn't, the timing should be fine on a biennial budget, I'm assuming.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, is that, it was really easy to do all of those that, on a consent list where we actually had other funds and special revenue. And at some point in time, I think the legislature, maybe through their management audit, might want to look at special revenues that could be earmarked in other areas of government rather than the ones that we use. And from that perspective, that would be, I think, adding more, I guess, reliability to major maintenance and more reliability if we had some fees that went into a sinking fund for capital construction and different things. So those are different things, that just a different way to look at it more like a business rather than waiting for good gas prices or whatever's going on. So it's more of a long-term look at putting some reliability in some of the funding, especially in major maintenance, because you're going to get into troubles. That's why we had to replace the Hirschler building, was major maintenance, that it never occurred. So that's something we just have to look at, just like government acting more like a business than government, and that might help in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. Further comment? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the last portion of item 6 is just a quick review after page 50 of the public event permits that have been granted. There haven't been any denied in the last, between now and April 7th. Item 7, I'll turn over to Mr. Webb.
Thanks. Mr. Webb.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. David Webb, State Construction Department, Construction Management Division Supervisor. Item 7, we'll start on page 52. I'll go quickly through this for you, just for some updates from the July packet. So Stolt Hall, Wyoming Girls School, Stolt Hall Administration Education Building Level 3. So they're in construction at this point. This new Stolt Hall is approximately 9–10% complete. On that same page, Wyoming Boys School Maintenance Storage Building, the project is 80% complete. On page 53, the 4th floor renovation of the Hathaway Building, that construction was completed July of 2025. 54, Riverton State Office Building. We met with the design team and we have a tentative task force meeting for that project on October 28th, 2025. The next one I was going to talk about was Veterans Home remodel, but I think we beat that horse a little bit. The next projects are the Veterans Home laundry, and that was completed July of 2025. The Wyoming State Hospital roof replacement. They awarded that to Perks Roofing out of Ogden, Utah.
Question on that, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, please.
Did we ever get any money from the lawsuits on that deal? Or is that still in flux?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that's still ongoing. So we'll brief the commission once we have more information. Next page, I think, is 56. I think it's 56. Wyoming Life Resource Center, security camera and door access controls. That's being done under major maintenance. And that project was awarded to Fed Services LLC out of West Fargo, North Dakota. The next page is another one of those topics that's still under that legal. So that's why my Life Resource Center, Aqua Center envelope and pool room repairs. The anticipated release of potential construction bids is October 31st. Next page is a Wyoming Pioneer Cooling and Site Lighting. Substantial completion was issued October 21st of 2024, and they're still working on closeout. Next page is the Fire Academy Training Access in Riverton. And that project is still under warranty. The next page is dorm remodel, Douglas, Wyoming. The project is substantially complete and the contractor's completed punch list items at this time. State Forestry Division, Hella Base, Casper, Wyoming. Construction began July 14th and they're 3% complete. The next page is Ranch A, Repair and Restoration, Lodge Exterior. They're anticipated to be complete this fall. Next page is State Fair Maintenance Projects, Douglas. Punch list walkthrough is scheduled September 10th, 2025. Most of those projects were completed before the State Fair. And there was a lot of them. Wyoming Community College Project, at the bottom is Central Wyoming College, Jackson Outreach Project. They have the footers all poured and they're working on steel erection and the site work. Next page is Laramie County Community College exterior facade renewal. Phase 1 of the project is nearing completion. The next phase of the exterior facade. The contractor started working all 3 buildings in June, but the anticipated completion a year from then, so it'd be June 2026. And then last but not least is the Wyoming Capital Acoustics Project. And 95% documents along with the media studio has been submitted and is being reviewed by the staff. And the documents have been completed, I think. Any questions?
Questions?
Any projects you want me to go back over? I guess not.
Mr.
Continuing
Webb, I
on.
think you're in good shape.
Continuing on. Item 7A is major maintenance project summary. The takeaway from this is that in FY 25, the State Construction Department expensed $26,283,647.26. And then following this is the completed or currently in progress major maintenance projects from June of 23 to June of 25. And if you got the time, I can go over every one of them if you want.
Sounds like we're in good shape. So is there any of these that are of particular interest? Mr. Webb, the Unicover building is one that always is interesting to me. Just seems like it's a continuing project?
It will be a continuing project, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. If there's no questions, continuing on, 7B, page 90 is Department of Corrections. I'd just like to take one moment and say that they are doing a lot of work at the Women's Center. I think we're at $12 million worth of work at the Women's Center right now. So they're doing great things over there.
And Mr. Webb, you know, the fisheries program over there, that building is remarkable, the way it stands up to the humidities and everything else. Is there anything happening that we should be
Mr.
thinking
Chairman,
about?
so they've closed the fishery program over there. And they're gonna use that building for storage.
So I guess my
And so-
question was that when they did that was, is there anything that's showing up afterwards?
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, there isn't. We're replacing HVAC as usual at that time frame in a building's life cycle. And everything else is actually looking pretty good. There may be some painting or some other stuff on the red iron interior of that building, but other than that, it'll work. It'll function for its new purpose.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Seven C is Parks. And we have Director Glenn and Con Denise, if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? Any questions? I would just compliment you. I've had occasion to visit several of the sites and Con, that you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Continuing on, Mr. Chairman, 7D, Military Department. If there are any questions, we have Lieutenant Colonel Lindmeyer and Lieutenant Colonel Kingman here.
Questions? You guys are off the hook. Thank you.
Continuing on is 7E and F is University of Wyoming. We do have Vice President Mai in the audience if there's any questions.
Are there questions for Vice President Mai? Bill, it's good to have you here in person. I almost feel like we ought to call you up just because you made the effort to get here. We're on schedule to open on Saturday. Yeah, great. All right, thank you. Congratulations on getting that done. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, 7F is University of Wyoming also.
Any questions on the university? There are none. Move on.
Tab 8 is General Services. Administration Information Update with Administrator Coleman.
Chairman.
Good to see you again.
It's been a few times. I'll be brief on this. Hope you've all had a chance to review the update. There was a attachment 3 that we included. I believe has been provided to you as a confidential attachment. That is hopefully some more information that you had requested from us about the status of our projects for our major maintenance and what we have planned. I believe it was included as confidential, just so that we weren't disclosing budgets necessarily to folks that might be trying to bid on those future projects. But wanted to provide you an idea of what we're planning and what we've accomplished so far. I'm hoping that we will have a action item ready for you in the next meeting related to sale of at least one of the properties in Casper. And I can provide more at that point, but so we'll continue to work on that and make progress and hope to have something for you then. And I think we may have, I don't know, one or two other action items at that point, but we can talk at later time. So I guess we'll just stand for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? There are none. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to Secretary Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. Item 9 brings a number of you to the table to give us a quick update or long update, if you so choose, on the capital interpretive exhibits and wayfinding subcommittee work.
Suppose that's me, Mr. Chairman.
We've got a couple of co-chairmen here.
Yeah, got Co-Chair Landon.
Yes, we're all here. Almost all of us.
Yeah.
Bob too. Sure. Quickly, Mr. Chairman, I think everyone has become pretty familiar with the project. You'll notice that a lot of the final punch items are being completed, and a lot of the signage that was previously temporary is now coming up as the final. So that's good. I wanted to thank everybody. I think basically the whole commission participated in the kickoff of the 250th and came and introduced people. So that was great to show off what we had done so far. Thank you everyone for that. I know we will have a celebration come Constitution Day in a couple weeks to show off the Constitution portion of that exhibit and talk about that. Currently, with the project, we being commission members haven't seen a whole lot in file stage recently. However, they have been putting in a ton of work on the civics lab, which is the last big piece to be completed. And so they're doing mostly design work and what the exhibits will actually look like, measurements, et cetera, et cetera. And then as that gets refined and we start going into content, then we'll all start seeing those emails from file stage again to review that on a more detailed level. Gosh, with that, there may be questions, or I would certainly ask my illustrious co-chair, Senator Landon. Representative Nicholas also serves, as does the superintendent and the treasurer. So.
Co-Chair Landon.
Mr. Chairman, very little to add. As usual, the co-chairman did a great job. She also really did a stellar job, I thought, in July of leading the charge and backing me up when I stumbled, as we cut all those ribbons. Appreciated all of you being there in July to celebrate an effort that's gone on the last 2 or 3 years. But I think it's been worth it. Just about everybody I've run into who has seen the work is really, really pleased. I know we are. So appreciated the support of the SBC along the way. And we're just anxious to finish it all up. We're getting closer. That's a big piece, the civics lab. I'm looking at the superintendent. All of her people have been key to that. We're trying to make sure that those align with some of the things that we expect and make sure that it's a great experience when those classrooms come down to the state capitol. But anyway, what a great subcommittee that's been, Mr. Chairman. A lot of great work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Superintendent, anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, would just echo that. I think the co-chairs have done a fantastic job, and excited about, the civics center. It will be aligned to state content and performance standards, so it can be easily used by teachers and then applied to what they need to know for the state assessment.
Wonderful. Do you have an idea when that will open?
Mr. Chairman, we, on the door, you will see it says coming 2025, so just.
Okay.
It says 2025.
Very good.
We are inspired to not have to change that sign to 2026. So.
Just put a little piece down on the bottom. Great, thank you. Any further comment on that? If there is none,
Thank you. Commission members, last would be public comment, if any.
so let me open this up if there is any public comment. And I'll look here and then Corey, you'll advise me if anybody's online. Do we have anybody? Okay, one more call. Well, thank you for sitting through this epic. It's actually very productive and thank you all for your attentiveness. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.